Good morning. Last session, Mr. Sunak.
Good morning, milady.
Good morning, Mr. Sunak. Can I just recap on where we are in the schedule of topics? We got up to more or less the end of my questions about universal credit and working tax credit uplifts. Just a couple of questions I'll come to that occurred to me overnight. But we're then going to look at statutory sick pay, the rebate scheme in particular, loans, grants, access by the VCSE sector to support, long COVID, and then an opportunity for you to share any overarching reflections. And having summarised those topics, I just make this point, which I think is a point you were at pains to stress yesterday, that these are a selection of many hundreds of schemes that stood up. We are obviously not, in the time available, able to look at every single scheme, and you've made that point that it's important to think about all of the interventions that were taken. And also, for the benefit of those following these hearings, this is the 9th in a series of modules, and earlier modules have looked at, in different ways, aspects of government intervention. For example, the module looked at children. And we're not retreading that ground. So we're not retreading, for example, Eat Out to Help Out that was picked up in Module 2. So just to make that clear in terms of what we're looking at and why we're looking at those topics. So can I just pick up, please, two discrete issues relating to the uplift. And the first really is just for a matter of clarification of my understanding of your evidence. I'm going to ask that we have up on the screen your statement, paragraph 1011. It's INQ 0000661483. This is just to pick up a final point about legacy benefits. You say there were also DWP legacy benefits being provided to existing claimants who might experience a drop in incomes or unemployment, primarily income-based job seekers allowance and employment support allowance. As with tax credits, these are being replaced with the universal credit system, and so were closed to new claimants who would apply for universal credit. It was the case that people who the policy was intended to target may have been in receipt of these benefits instead of universal credit. I don't think you said anything inconsistent with that yesterday, but we perhaps didn't deal with it that explicitly. It's just the point that there may have been some people, albeit a much smaller category, who were in receipt of legacy benefits who may have had a drop in income or from loss of employment.
As I've, I think, said on many occasions, in all of these schemes, when you're trying to target millions and millions of people, of course we're going to be able to find groups of people who didn't benefit in some particular way. And I think we could have the same version of that conversation on every single one of these schemes. So I would just caution against being so focused on that particular aspect of it. In this case, the majority of people on those legacy benefits did not have work-related conditions on them, and I haven't got the exact figures here, and DWP would be able to provide them. But the overall approach here was to focus this extra support on those people who were seeing that change in income. The best way to get that group of people was to go through the universal credit. In particular, for this subset of a subset of a subset of people, they are probably exactly the people who would have benefited from going from legacy benefits to universal credit. And I talked yesterday about the fact that around 70% of people on legacy benefits would actually have been better off if they transitioned to universal credit, as they had the opportunity to do. And again, so that's a first level of, or second mitigation to the point. And then beyond that, as you acknowledged in your opening remarks, Mr. Wright, there are a range of other support available, and in particular for those on the lowest incomes. We did have the hardship funds, which ended up totaling well over £1.5 billion, I think, to help people in the most need. We had significant funding for local authorities. We also had the local housing authority uplift again. So they may well have benefited from one or all of those other things I just mentioned. So in terms of trying to do a macro policy that could quickly, comprehensively target millions of people and largely focus it on those whose incomes are changing, that the right way to do that is universal credit. And as we discussed yesterday, this conversation, like the one we had yesterday, it is essentially theoretical. There was no practical operational way to do this. So even if one had concluded that it was an appropriate policy response, there was no way to do it. So I would remind everyone of the theoretical nature of this conversation, and especially as this won't be an issue next time around, given that the migration from legacy benefits would have been completed by next spring.
Okay, thank you. Second thing I wanted to pick up, and I'm picking this up really as much as anything in a forward-looking sense. You've spoken about part of the policy rationale of all of the big schemes, so job retention, self-employed income support and universal credit uplift, being that the government was making a decision about restricting people's ability to go out and work and to earn, and therefore there was a sense in which the state had to stand behind those decisions financially and support people. We've also heard evidence that the restrictions, the health restrictions, stay at home, had the potential to increase costs to some households, regardless of their ability to earn. So we've been talking about earning ability, but cost base, and in particular, evidence that those on the lowest incomes may have increased costs. And I just wonder, can you give us your reflections on this? Was there any working assumption that essentially people would save money by being at home? In other words, their costs would decrease because they wouldn't be going out and spending. And do you think there was enough factoring in the potential for costs to increase? For example, if you're a low-income family, you've got to stay at home, therefore you've got to heat the home all day. You've got to entertain and educate the children at home, those sorts of costs. And really, in a forward-looking sense, are those factors that a future Chancellor making decisions ought to factor into the support that should be provided?
Yeah, what I would say on that is there wasn't an explicit policy view that costs would come down. That's not featuring any of the advice that you've seen in the inquiry so far. What we do know is that during that period, inflation in aggregate was very low. Right. So in general, the cost of goods and services in the economy during this period was lower than target for the entirety, I think, of that first 12 months, if not slightly longer. So in an aggregate sense, now again, everyone's lived experience of inflation is of course different, but you're trying to make policy in aggregate as well. So we do know inflation was low. We do know, we touched on this yesterday, for those on legacy benefits in particular who had not seen an increase in those benefits for 4 or 5 years, actually for the first time in those 4 or 5 years had seen an increase in their benefits. And the universal credit uplift, as we discussed yesterday, as well as having the kind of direct link to employment and incomes, also provided just a general increase to very vulnerable people, millions of very vulnerable people. And so that helped in a much more general sense. And we talked about that yesterday, that was an extra benefit of that policy and very considerable, billions and billions of pounds to help with those. So that would have helped with living costs as well. And then the last thing I would say is, and again, this goes back to the breadth of support. You touched on education. In the module on education, you would have heard about the extra financial support that was provided for vulnerable households, particularly as their children were being educated at home. We haven't touched on local government, but there was an enormous amount of funding that was provided to local government to help vulnerable families. So for those who were clinically vulnerable, shielding, with the extra support for those people, there was various support programs announced of hundreds of millions of pounds. Social care in the broader sense, which included, care for people in their homes, those who might have disabilities, all of those things. There was, I think, in total £6 billion that was provided for local authorities, extra support to help all of those people. Obviously, for those who are again, there was considerable extra funds provided, targeted at those people. So my general view is, I don't think it's fair to say there wasn't attention given to groups of vulnerable people. In fact, across all the different things I've mentioned, and probably many more that we haven't got time to consider, there was an enormous amount of support being put in place for different people in different ways. And then taking a step back, as I said, the macro situation was that inflation during this period was low, and you probably heard that from Governor of the Bank of England yesterday as well, and he was having to send letters to me that inflation was below target in those days. And then I guess the proof is in the pudding. And yesterday I went through the measured metrics of poverty, of deprivation, of inequality, of food insecurity. And many of those things pick up the cost side of the equation as well as the income side. And I think the overwhelming conclusion, looking at all that data, whether it's academic, whether it's survey, whether it's measured, is that living standards were protected, which deals with both costs and income. Poverty reduced, the number of children in poverty reduced, and food insecurity reduced. So again, all those measures would tell you that in aggregate, because of the various different things that we did, actually the track record of making sure that we looked after the most vulnerable is something that I certainly am proud of, and I think is better than almost anyone expected it to be going into the pandemic.
Okay. So I think from that, acknowledging all of the matters you referred to, I understand your answer to be, yes, the cost is an important consideration. It's cost and income. But we did take account of that and put in place measures, and therefore that's something that should be thought about in the future. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but again, I wouldn't. I would say it wasn't as if there was a specific analysis that was done.
No, but
for
equally,
every types of persons. But in an aggregate sense, we were aware of what was happening in the economy, what was happening to particularly vulnerable families, and actually, as I said, obviously there's an appreciation. Some costs might be higher, some costs might be lower, and when you get down to that level, there's always a thing. It does vary enormously by family circumstance, which is why I think the range of different things is important. Because each person, some people would have had complex disabilities, some people would have been in receipt of social care, some people would have needed help with shielding, some people just needed general help, i.e. universal credit. So that's why the suite of interventions matters in aggregate, and then you can look at the aggregate outcomes for this cohort, all of which, as I said, are, I think, far more favourable than anyone imagined, and in absolute terms, very positive, and that's been recognised as such. That said, of course, there were always going to be people who were having a particularly tough time, and that's why the hardship funds, which I go back to because they were the kind of last, the ultimate last resort lifeline for people, which is, your local authority has a pot of money which is designed to help those who are the most vulnerable in whatever help they need. It was a flexible pot of funding. It was continually topped up, and it was there to help those who, for whatever reason, needed that little bit of extra help. And that was there from the first day, actually, from the budget. I think the first iteration of that fund was announced at the budget and then continually topped up, because in the back of my head, I realised that no one sitting in Treasury or Downing Street was able to think about every single situation that might, a family might have to grapple with during this period. And it was right that there was a flexible and discretionary pot that could help those people.
All right. Thank you very much. moving on then to the statutory sick pay rebate scheme, and I would like to take this fairly shortly because I want to really get on to loans and grants, which are perhaps meatier issues and things about which you'll want to say more, I anticipate. So the rebate scheme, just by way of high-level overview, announced by yourself as part of your 11th of March budget, went live on the 26th of May 2020, but with retrospective application to claims from 13th of March. And this was essentially, in terms of its objective, a measure to protect SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, from the increased costs of paying statutory sick pay, because there was an anticipated significantly higher volume of employees who may be unwell due to the pandemic, whether they were ill or self-isolating. So taking account of both. So that was the scheme as we understand it. I just want to pick up a few discrete issues about design. The first is that, and I can take you to these if it will help, but I'll give you the information we have and then get to the question. The definition of an SME, you were getting advice to limit it to businesses with fewer than 50 employees. You took the decision to not limit it to that, but to actually apply the scheme to businesses with fewer than 250 employees. So first question, what was your rationale for doing that and including more businesses?
Just a sense that there were businesses between 50 and 250 that might still benefit from the help. There are various different definitions of SME that exist in and around government. You're right. The initial advice suggested 50. I remember, I think, probably discussing it with Therese Coffey in this policy. Again, good example of good working between DWP and the Treasury on all the SSP-related policy development. And just judgment felt that actually, that extra bit of generosity was manageable and was sensible in terms of achieving the objective of supporting businesses that were responsible for a lot of employment in the economy, over half probably, but still not necessarily so financially strong that they could manage without a little bit of support.
And the rationale generally in terms of not applying that sort of support to really big businesses, that you make the basic assumption that if you're employing over 250 people, you're likely to be a business that can stand it, really.
Yes, and we had different support, and for those businesses, obviously the loan schemes, which we'll come on to, and the generous and subsidised loan schemes will provide that bridge, but we're expecting those larger businesses to weather some of the shock themselves and share some of the burden with them through furlough and loan schemes as well. But yes, essential, again, when we talked right at the beginning, trying to target support where you can to those who most need it, because that's good value for money and keeps the cost down for taxpayers. And again, there's just a judgment to make about should it be 50, 250 or large. We took 250 as a sensible place for, and again, it's a reasonably accepted definition that is used for small and medium-sized businesses.
And if the cost of paying statutory sick pay was knocking over companies that were employing more than 250 people, then they'd have been in a pretty precarious state to begin with. I mean,
I think also, and Therese made this point, or Secretary of State made this point in her written evidence. These larger companies, most or the majority of them, offer sick pay which is in excess of statutory sick pay in any case, so it would only form a portion of the costs, and that's generally what you see with larger companies doing something beyond statutory sick pay.
Okay. The projected cost, so when the scheme was being worked up, was about 2 billion.
Yes.
But in fact, we know that in the region of 100 million was spent, so significantly less than was budgeted for. To give some sort of employer-employee context to that, 24,000 employers benefited from the scheme, covering about 675,000 employees. In terms of understanding exactly why the take-up was low, there might be a number of different factors, but to what extent, looking back, do you think that it was, in one sense, the success of furlough and job retention that was resulting in the lower claim on this scheme?
I think that is almost certainly the explanation. Remember, this scheme was stood up for the budget before we got into the big interventions, and that's why ultimately it was superseded by furlough, which meant the demand for the scheme was I think much lower than originally anticipated. That said, 125,000 businesses is still a lot, and 675,000 employees is a lot. So, for those businesses, I'm sure it made a meaningful difference, and indeed I would meet people who told me that it did, but lower than we expected because furlough essentially superseded it. Okay. So I wouldn't view that as a necessary policy failure. Again, there's sensible tool to have in the toolkit for the future, and one would just need to think about that interaction with furlough, but no harm in it. Maybe if I actually, just reminds me of something yesterday that you asked me, I think on Kickstart, where I think you said, Mr. Wright, well, it was less than you thought. Did you not then think about expanding it?
Yeah.
And I just a reflection last night, and it's the same thing here. If you're Chancellor and you're setting up a lot of things like this, peacetime and Morris time, you have a sense, you have an estimate for what these things are going to cost, but you do know that you're going to be wrong almost 100% of the time on all of them. But you want to be about approximately right. But some are going to come in higher, some are going to come in lower. And so if you get into this habit of thinking, well, whenever something has come in a bit lower than we thought, we might as well just spend that money or broaden the scheme, then what you're locking in is that your overall central estimate is likely to end up being too low, because you are essentially spending all the underspends, if you see what I mean, but then there's definitely going to be things that end up costing you more than you thought. So I just think from a kind of macro fiscal planning perspective, it's not a good habit to get in whenever you see something that comes in a little bit under budget to think, that's free money, I can spend it, because you are going to have things that equally come in overestimate, and you want in aggregate those things to largely net off, so you end up at, if you thought in aggregate it was going to cost you X across a few different things, you roughly want to end up there. You're less likely to do that if every time something comes in below you spend it. So it was just a thought that occurred.
Well, but very valid point, and presumably that's why in ordinary times departmental spending doesn't just roll over, in the sense that if it's not spent, it's not viewed as we've got this budget, so we may as well spend it.
Yeah, that's not a good way to. So as I said, it applies in peacetime as well as in times like this. That is an important function of the Treasury on behalf of the nation's taxpayers to manage the country's finances and public spending carefully, which is why it shouldn't be an automatic ever sense that just because something is being underspent relative to what we thought, it can be spent or broadened, or we could do something else with it. That should be a discrete and separate decision.
And presumably, when you're talking about the projected cost of measures to support the economy, if all of your measures are coming in under budget, that might be an indication that the economy is performing better, yes. And therefore it's a good thing.
That's a good thing, yes.
In terms of this scheme, it was scheduled to close and did close in the September, which coincided with, really, if we look at all schemes, the original plan, if you like, that things were winding down in the autumn. So, and presumably, because there hadn't been a massive call on the scheme, that did it more confidence that you could wind this one down at that time, because it wasn't in massive demand?
Yeah, I don't remember there being a great controversy about that or debate. And remember, the other substantive thing that had changed is we had vaccines. So those self-isolation requirements, by the time you got to summer 2021, were completely different to spring of 2020 when it was, I think, 14-day whole household isolation, I think, in those early weeks. Clearly very different, and I can't remember exactly where we ended up, but progressively getting reduced to the point where I think if you were vaccinated, there were no self-isolation requirements, or it was considerably reduced. So remember that substantive call on people being off work because they had to isolate because someone in their household had COVID had essentially gone by then. So
just one other sort of practical question looking forwards. We understand that a legislative power had to be taken or inserted into the Coronavirus Act to enable this scheme to be stood up. It needed primary legislation. And just an observation, it was part of the toolkit you had because the power was taken. And going forwards, if you were Chancellor again, facing a similar emergency, presumably you'd want to have this at least in the armoury, even if you decided not to deploy it. So do you think there ought to be some provision, permanent statutory provision, that would allow this just to be stood up without needing legislation in time of emergency?
I think that I'd have to refresh myself on the details. So in general, that sounds like a sensible suggestion. The only reason I pause is because I can't quite remember the legislative fixes that were required. They were, I think, broader than just this scheme from memory. I think they might have been also to do with it being paid from day one rather than day 4 and applying to self-isolation, not just yourself being sick.
Yes, there are adjustments to the underlying
the underlying SSP scheme, which, if you remember, this is a cost that, absent this rebate scheme, that is a cost that is borne by businesses and therefore has an impact on their costs and the likelihood of them employing people. And I think one would just need to think about that. The rebate scheme changes that slightly, but in isolation, SSP is changing it to day 1 versus day 4, or saying it applies more broadly. Ultimately, those are small businesses largely that have to bear that cost. And as we're seeing, when you layer on cost to employing people in all its different guises onto businesses, they often respond by employing fewer people, which is obviously not a great thing for the economy. So one would just want to think through all those implications, but clearly in a period like this, particularly when you're combining it with a rebate scheme, having the legislative tools to allow you to do that quickly is a sensible thing.
Thank you. Can we move on to loans then?
Yes.
And just to give some high-level figures, in terms of the collective loan schemes of bounce back, C-bills and CL bills, credit was unlocked at a scale of £78 billion in guaranteed loan facilities that benefited over a quarter of all SMEs. Estimates that between 500,000 and 2.9 million jobs could have been lost without them. C-bills launched within 12 days of announcement, and in terms of bounce back, 270,000 facilities approved in the first week, compared to 36,000 in total that had been approved up until that point for C-bills and CL bills combined. So we get a sense there of the scale of both application and approval. That's £8.4 billion of lending, which at that point was 1.5 billion more than C-bills and CL bills in total to that point. So I just set that out as a bit of context. And Mr. Sunak, I'm not overlooking the CCFF, which sat above all of that, which was the facility that the Treasury and the Bank of England put in place for the most or the largest companies. But we heard evidence from Sir Charles about that and from the Governor to the effect that it worked extremely well. 0 losses from that scheme. And so I'm sort of taking that as read. I don't want to stop you speaking to it, but just to put that out there in fairness to you. First thing I just want to pick up very briefly about loans, and I say briefly because the evidence we've heard suggests this may be more of a theoretical issue than a practical difficulty is the point about division of responsibility for the loan schemes. And by that I mean in the sense that you were making the overall policy decisions quite properly as Chancellor through the Treasury. The bank, the British Business Bank, was doing operational delivery, but BEIS was sort of sitting alongside the Treasury because it supervised the bank, and so accounting officer responsibilities sat with BEIS, though Treasury's shaping policy. And I think it's fair to summarise the evidence we've heard that, yes, that in terms of parliamentary scrutiny and accountability, you could say that there is some blurred lines there, but in practice, nobody has said that they thought it was a problem. Where do you sit on that in terms of accountability?
I'll just come to that, and I think your summary of it that you just said, Mr. Wright, is spot on. Just 30 seconds on taking a step back on the scale of what these set of interventions were, and I won't belabour it because you highlighted it, but again, a quarter of all small businesses, over 1.3 million businesses in total that went through these various schemes, of which there were, as you said, 4 different ones: CCF, CL bills, C bills, and bounce back loans, and all of that happening in an incredibly compressed time frame, and we'll come on to that in bounce back loans. So this was incredibly intense. There was an enormous amount of need. We had to iterate as we went, as we'll get into. But the scale of what this intervention constituted was hugely significant, and I think it's worth just acknowledging that. And lots of people worked very hard to make this possible. And this kind of brings me on to your question. This is another, I think, good example of cooperative working within government departments between Treasury, BEIS and the British Business Bank, which I'll come on to, but also, and this has been a theme throughout all of these things, Treasury especially going outside to talk to the relevant stakeholders, in particular UK finance, the banks, challenger banks, and obviously the business groups as well, and the FCA and the Bank of England, getting all of that collective expertise, feedback and engagement into the design of these schemes. And again, it just illustrates this as a genuinely open and constructive attitude, and it's a good example of that happening. I think in terms of you said, slightly blurred in theory, in practice it worked very well, I think and I would agree with that. I think you've heard from the Secretary of State for BEIS his evidence that said he felt he had a good opportunity to influence policy. From at the British Business Bank as well, didn't think there was any confusion from their perspective. And I think that interesting from them, the CEO said having clarity in decision making through HMT, I think, was actually helpful. And also he said when we provided our advice, we felt it was taken seriously and considered. And I think that is indicative of the generally good relationship between these 3 organisations in developing this policy. I'm not obviously the expert on exactly the various civil service accounting officer requirements. I've noticed Charles Roxburgh gave some evidence that perhaps in future someone in his position could have provided the initial set of accounting officer sign-offs. That seems not unreasonable to me, but from a practical perspective from my end, and I think generally it worked well.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just pick up with you one thought that Lord Sharma had, which really flows on from what you've just said. I mean, he said in terms of a personal working relationship, you and he had and have a good personal relationship and had a good working relationship. I think he said you were on each other's Christmas cards lists, or he thought you were. Yeah. Don't know if you think he's on yours, but anyway.
He's definitely on mine.
Well, that's good to hear. But he did suggest, and it's the point I picked up with you yesterday. I mean, there is a sense in which personalities might be different in a future emergency. He suggested there could be a very light touch memorandum of understanding for a future emergency. So just how, a bit of corporate memory really, how those good working relationships to which you've spoken about could be baked into a future response that people remember, oh, this is how we did it, and this is how the responsibility sits. What do you think about that as a suggestion?
I'm not completely averse to it, and I think hopefully because the tools have now been developed, it will be quite smooth if ever it's needed again. But I think those three institutions do work well together on this particular topic, precisely because the setup is one where the Treasury has overall kind of overarching oversight of economic policy, but particularly financial services. BEIS is the responsible department for the British Business Bank, and the British Business Bank are delivering the financial interventions. So I think even in peacetime, the Treasury will be working together with those two institutions on ordinary policy developments about access to finance in general. So I think here the benefit is that those relationships probably exist. Could they be formalised with an MOU? Probably not, and it's not going to be a huge problem if that happened. Is there a huge need for it? I don't know, because as I said, I think here in peacetime they are working together anyway. So it's not as if at a future crisis you would be starting from scratch. No, because they probably would have all just been through a budget where they worked on some access to finance scheme altogether, and so they'll know who each other are and they'll work with each other. But again, for the same reason, it probably would not be a hugely burdensome thing to put that down on a piece of paper if it was felt that would make a difference.
Right. Can I just pick up another thought that Lord Sharma shared, just to get your perspective, because as you say, you work closely alongside his department. And that was the idea that there should be some sort of standing panel that can be convened that can keep all of these schemes. Now they are worked up, so we know that things will be much smoother next time. The infrastructure's there. So this standing panel could comprise former civil servants, former ministers, so people who lived through it, so to preserve that corporate memory, and could from time to time stress test, where are we with this? Has the IT moved on? Is it still deliverable in this way? How does that sit with you?
Yes, I don't know whether it needs to be a panel, but I think what we ended up as a legacy of all these schemes is, in any case now, I think a permanent or semi-permanent government guarantee for lending. Now, there was one that we'll get into. There was one, the EFG, that existed before the crisis, on which we built many of these interventions. And because of these iterations, I think by the time I finished in the job, it was called the Recovery Loan Scheme. So, that exists. And this goes to what I was saying. The British Business Bank in general, even in peacetime, one of the main jobs of that organisation is to help access to finance for different types of businesses in the economy, and constantly they'll be working with the Treasury and BEIS on that. So I don't think it's a bad idea to make sure that we are looking at whether these things are still able to be deployed quickly. I think because we have a version of them in existence semi-permanently now, that in any case is happening. The one thing I would say is, give some thought to making sure all the people who want to be able to offer these schemes in an emergency are going through some kind of process where they're accredited, because at the beginning of the scheme we benefited from a group that were already accredited, and then we took some time to accredit new people to the schemes. It's not an unreasonable thing to say, look, if you want to be part of this in the future, I don't know how often the right time frame is, up to the business if they want to go through that accreditation process, so that when the crisis comes, actually quickly we've got a bunch of people who are ready to go. And that, yes, that's a little bit of a burden in peacetime, but it means when the crisis comes, you'll have many more people who can offer the product straight away because they've already been accredited and onboarded to offer it. And that's I think a choice, and not a crazy thing to think about.
No, because we've heard evidence that was one of the issues that delayed getting the money out, certainly under C-bills, was, I think it was about 40 lenders to begin with.
Yes.
It worked up to over 100.
Which
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, we'll get into it. I'm not sure that was the biggest issue in getting the money out. I think it was a lot more of the other things that we'll talk about. But exactly as you said, we started with 40, ended up with 100. Was that positive? And you just at least want to make sure that there are a core of important lenders who can cover the bulk of the economy, who do not need onboarding in a future crisis, that should already have been onboarded. And I think I'd want to make sure that you had a bulk that you could click your fingers in and go live fast with.
Okay, I want to move on now, really getting into the schemes. But before I do that, just a few more, a bit more context, because I want to really pick up this point about the risk that was taken, however, needs to be viewed against the impact of the schemes. And just to give some statistics in terms of C-bills, for example, 45, this is December 2024, 45.43% fully repaid, 43.57% on schedule to be fully repaid, 1.25% in arrears, 0.88% in default, and 8.34 settled by guarantee. Then if you look at bounce back, again, same time period, 31st December 24, 14.64% fully repaid, 55% on schedule to be fully repaid, 4.67 in arrears, 0.8 defaulted, and 23.65 settled via government guarantee. That's if you like, the picture of the risk side. On the impact side, the British Business Bank evaluated that in the absence of the schemes, between 10 and 34% of bounce back borrowers, so that's between 146,000 and 505,000 businesses, could have permanently ceased trading in 2020. And between 7 and 28% of CL or C-bills businesses, so between 5 and 21,000, could have ceased trading in 2020, with a potential loss of jobs of up to 2.9 million if you take the highest estimates. And Sir Charles Roxburgh spoke about judging schemes by their impact. And does those two sets of figures, on the one hand, the sort of risks of not getting repayment and the government having to step in and pay the guarantee, balance against the risks of inaction if you don't take action?
Yes, unequivocally. And you have to go back to these couple of weeks, and I used the word that I think Adam Marshall from the BCC used to describe this situation, and I applied it more broadly, but this is where he said that it felt existential. And I thought that was either him or the British Business Bank, or one of them. And we were facing a situation where businesses, I think, that actually came from the British Chambers of Commerce, I think something like half of all small and medium-sized businesses had less than a month's cash in the bank. Right? So you were facing widespread business Armageddon, and that's why there was an imperative to act at scale and at pace to prevent what would have been, I think, catastrophic loss of businesses and jobs. And the independent evaluation has suggested up to 3 million jobs and 500,000 businesses that were saved as a result of these interventions. And it goes back to that point at the beginning about the scale of what was happening and the speed that it was happening at. It's all very well doing furlough, and we've had all these conversations about scarring and keeping people in jobs, but if the businesses that employ them fundamentally just go bankrupt because they do not have the cash to get through the next few weeks, then that would have all been for naught. And the economy would have suffered enormously in the long run as a result. So there was an imperative to get this right and to get it out and get the money to the businesses as soon as humanly possible. And you just did not have the luxury quite frankly, you didn't have the luxury of weeks, let alone months. So a business out of cash and it goes bankrupt, that's that. That's what we were trying to avert with these various schemes. And again, we go through them, they're all designed slightly differently, where they could be more targeted, where there could be more protections. Of course, there were where you could take more time to do more checks without having a catastrophic impact. We did that, and then obviously we'll come to bounce back loans is one where we had to make a different set of judgments.
Yeah. Now, and in terms of C-bills rather, you use the EFG, so an existing framework, and effectively built onto that architecture. And in terms of whether there are alternatives, from your perspective, was that really the only show in town in terms of something that could be stood up quickly?
Yeah, and thankfully we had it. So to your point earlier, it existed. 40 lenders had been accredited on it. They were they were familiar with it. Obviously, it had not been used at this scale and at this speed, and needed a lot of tweaking as we went. But at least we had something on the shelf that we could use as the basis for the loan scheme.
And Sir Charles reflected that, in hindsight, he wished that there'd been more rigorous testing of the EFG beforehand. But looking forwards, would you say the experience of the pandemic that has been the testing?
I think that has, yes, and not just on C-bills, but across the suite. Now we have created the tools, iterated them, and then we'll get into the bits that we refined over time. So if this happens again, the starting point will obviously be that much better. But there weren't any other alternatives at the time that we had to put these in place. No.
Yeah. And so the limitations, from your perspective, were well known at the outset, presumably, that first of all there'd have to be a lot of scaling up, and that was going to be challenging. Secondly, that the panel of lenders, accredited lenders, would have to be expanded to cope with volume. Operational issues in terms of the bank's ability to do that scaling up at pace. I mean, these are all things that were known, but again, this was the only way of delivering the scheme. Is that the position?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah. And from your perspective as well, you were very clear, we know from documents we've seen, that in that scheme, the bank should retain, as you put it in your statement, some skin in the game.
Yeah.
And can you just explain why it was important that the commercial lenders who are coming through this platform retain skin in the game?
Yeah. Well, that's in a sense almost the best way, but one of the most effective ways to help protect the taxpayer against making or providing taxpayer-funded credit available to businesses that are probably unlikely to be able to pay it back because they themselves are not viable regardless of the pandemic. And obviously, there's no capacity or in government to go and do all these individual credit applications. But where you are sharing that risk with the lender, they have skin in the game. That that they are going to do a decent job of doing the diligence on the business because, as I said, their own capital is partially at risk, not fully, and so obviously it's going to be slightly different, but again, they have capital at risk. They're going to go through that diligence process, and that is helpful in ensuring that we are putting taxpayer support in a way that we hope will be effective and for the most part paid back, as the experience on those larger schemes shows.
Yeah. And the first iteration of the scheme came in your budget of the 11th of March, and then it was enlarged on the 17th, and you made a statement about that to the public. And this was part of, you described as really giving this reassurance that we're going to stand behind business.
Yes.
But even at that stage, on the 11th of March, certainly, and even by the 17th, there was still presumably some optimism that things wouldn't be as bad as they became, and therefore some sense in which you hoped that the demands would not be as great as they became on C-bills. Is that?
Yes, I think we look at that moment as we knew what we knew. We were doing everything we could at pace. The point I was trying to get across in that particular press conference was the fact that we were willing to provide a very generous quantum of guaranteed finance. And that in and of itself, and similar things, announcements had been made in France and one other country. I think that was just an important statement of to give a kind of, we stand behind businesses at this difficult time, and we will make available a large amount of funding guarantees, because at that moment when people's expectation was, not just here but in other countries in Europe, that this was a relatively time-limited shock, giving businesses that extra liquidity, i.e. through loans, taxpayer-supported loans, to get through that tricky period would have been a kind of sensible and may well have been the main intervention that you would have pursued. As it turned out, we needed to do much more than that. But that's why there was an emphasis on that at that moment. But just the statement from the government saying we are willing to do this at scale and at a scale that we haven't done before did help to provide that little jolt of confidence at that moment.
Yeah, and as the health position deteriorated and therefore the economic conditions tightened, we know that demands on the scheme grew and grew. And we saw some of Sir Charles Roxburgh's diary entries, and I don't raise them for tabloid curiosity, but really so you can explain to us your position at the time. These were essentially entries in which he described you as being on the warpath over CBILS and wanting performance stats on the banks and their lending. So do you accept that you became frustrated with the pace at which the banks were getting the money out to business?
We all were. Of course we were. Because we knew this was important. We'd announced the scheme, and it was just taking far too long, and there was a huge amount of completely fair public focus on this, parliamentary focus on this, media focus on this, and we knew that it was not happening as quickly as we wanted it to, and we knew how important it was that it did improve, and that's why over the period of those first couple of weeks in April, we did the iteration on the policy, which I'm happy to get into whenever you think it's appropriate, because there were a series then of specific changes that we made, which then considerably improved the situation.
And just to understand this pressure, I mean, that there was, first of all, the number of lenders who were accredited, so that's having to be expanded, and that takes time. But on the other side of this, the banks, the Consumer Credit Act applies, so the banks have got to do certain checks, and the banks then have to process the applications. So can you just explain where you saw the pressures?
Yeah, I think, because you mentioned three things that actually, I think two of them probably don't apply. We were not the main issue with CBILS, which at this point was the only scheme, which will come on to bounce back loans, I assume, separately.
Yeah.
So the lender's point, I can't recall the exact figures, but I don't think was the limiting factor at this stage. As you said, we had 40 already accredited. Good over time to grow it to 100, of course, but that wasn't probably the main reason at the beginning that things were slow. It was much more about the various conditions, which I'll come on to. And on the Consumer Credit Act, that really applied to the very small loans, the sub £25,000 loans, and that is therefore part of the reason we ended up doing bounce back loans. So I'll put that over there. But for the core of what was CBILS, the issue, the issue was there were a range of bit of grit in the system. Again, sensible in peacetime, not appropriate for the situation that we were in or being interpreted in an overly strict way. So the main ones were, it was important. There were lots of people who were accessing credit for the first time. Right? I mean, both in bounce back loans, but also here. So just to remember that. And one of the things that we wanted to do was remove personal guarantees, so the banks could not ask for personal guarantees on people's homes, and and there was that only partially was implemented. it needed to also be extended to small partnerships and sole traders, and it was not just their home, it was their car. Like that is people, when they think they're understandably their home is at risk, that really inhibits them from taking the borrowing. So we had to insist that there were no personal guarantees, and then make sure that was widely and properly implemented.
Can I just jump in there?
Yes.
Because I think it's relevant, and Sir Charles conceded really that you had been clear yourself from a very early stage there shouldn't be personal guarantees, but that some officials had interpreted that as meaning something slightly different in terms of it should only apply to.
I saw Charles's point on that, and I think to be honest, it's kind of by the by, right? The team that were working on this were exceptional. And I mean, they were absolutely exceptional, and all the teams at the banks and everywhere else were exceptional. I mean, they really did heroic work during this period. So, if there was some confusion amongst us, I'm happy to take the responsibility for that. I wouldn't want to cast any aspersions on anyone, but this was an issue that needed fixing, so we just got on and fixed it. Then there was an issue around the portfolio cap in the old EFG. We're getting slightly into the weeds here, but yes, the government provided a guarantee that was quite generous on a loan by loan basis, but actually, if you aggregated it across the portfolio of loans that the company or the bank was making, there was a kind of effectively a much lower cap. So it was far less generous in aggregate than it was for an individual loan. And that was a huge inhibitor, given the scale of the lending that we were talking about, to the banks really wanting to do a lot of this. So we ended up having to remove that portfolio cap, which made a big difference. There was a regulatory concern. Again, we're getting into the way that banks are regulated, and they were wondering how the PRA would treat the capital that they were putting up against these loans, and they wanted to be assured that they would get some capital relief, and so we had to just work with the PRA to get them that reassurance. The lenders themselves, because this was so novel, generally were a bit nervous about whether I think we would actually stand behind the guarantee when
I thought you might not mean it.
Yeah, that we might not be good for the guarantee, and that we'd all kind of come and blame them afterwards. And so which not an unreasonable concern, given that again people often do want to do that with banks. So I had to make sure that I could give them that reassurance because they really were doing something very necessary for the country at this moment. And then perhaps I've left it till last, but probably the most kind of practical problem in the application process was this issue of a forward-looking viability test. And again, in peacetime, sensible. You wanted to only really provide taxpayer subsidised credit to businesses which were, on a reasonable look, were viable on a long-term basis, and the problem was that condition in this context was very difficult for the banks, because we were just about to enter this period of total uncertainty where no one knew how long this was going to last, how serious it was. They're worried about saying, well, how can we make that assessment, quite frankly? You tell me how long this restaurant's going to be closed for, or all the rest of it. And therefore, it led them to be quite cautious, because then they would rightly say, well, we'll do the lending. You'll come back to us down the line and say, well, clearly that business was not going to be viable. We're not good for our guarantee. So that had to be changed. And it ended up being, I think, I can't remember where we ended up, but either it was watered down deliberately to be backwards looking, and was the business viable pre-pandemic, which I think is a kind of sensible compromise. So you needed to have been a broadly viable business before all of this happened, and we'll just given what's going on, that's as much as we can assess. So those changes were all made in April, and I've met intensively with the banks during that period and other stakeholders to figure out what would be required to get the outcome we wanted on pace, and that set of changes really worked. And you saw from that moment on a huge acceleration in lending. And as people got onboarded to the system, that helped. Nothing you could have done about that, quite frankly, anyway. That just did take time and would and then we'll get onto bounce back loans separately. But those are the changes that were necessary to get this scheme working in the way that it needed to, and I wanted it to.
So, and in terms of looking to the future, then this is the stress testing of the scheme having happened during this pandemic.
It's happened,
and therefore going forwards, these are where your pinch points are.
Yeah.
These are the things you need to do. But this is relevant, isn't it? All relevant background to bounce back loans.
Yes.
Because this pressure on liquidity and getting money out is building in particular at this time for very small businesses. Is that right?
Yes. So if we can, so that was the story on C-bills, and then there was a minor, but addendum to that on CL bills and CCF. That happened. That was fine. My one reflection there, which might be helpful, is on CL bills, which was for the much larger loans. When we increased the loan size, we put in a condition on saying to businesses, well, whilst you're in receipt of this taxpayer-funded support, what you can't do is make distributions to equity holders. So you can't pay dividends, you can't do share buybacks. And I think, arguably, could we have done that from the beginning on the CL bills program? I don't think it makes sense for the C bills program for various reasons, but for this larger scheme, could we have done that from the beginning, a bit like on furlough when we said you could do the disclosure from the beginning? I think that's probably one thing you could have done from the beginning. I don't think it made a huge difference in reality, but probably if I was doing it again, I would do that from the beginning. And then look, so we should get on to bounce back loans then. So we've kind of largely fixed C-bills, and after this quite stressful couple of weeks and intense amount of work, and then so that is now working. The next problem was for the smallest businesses. There still was an issue, and there was an issue for a number of reasons. And these are businesses that needed £10,000-20,000 type loans. These businesses, lots of them had never ever needed to borrow money from a bank before. And it's just not what they did. So total unfamiliarity with all these processes. The banks did not know how to interact with them in the same way. And the other issue was, we talked where lots of businesses didn't have cash to survive a month. These were the ones that really barely had cash to survive weeks. So this was where the problem was most acute.
And sorry, if we just put that together, then you've got people who aren't used to engaging with commercial banks and don't know the process, who are facing
the most acute crisis.
Cash.
Yes.
And so those two things are going to come together.
They're coming to it. Well, they are meeting. And then you raise this issue, which I think is a really important one, about the CCA, the Consumer Credit Act, and the FCA, our regulator. Our setup makes it quite difficult for big banks to lend to these very small businesses. And that's why they had very little familiarity with it. Why? Because the Consumer Credit Act does what it says on the tin. It's there to protect consumers. But we essentially treat a lot of this very small business micro lending, £10,000-20,000, as if it is consumer lending and subject to the same rules. And that's why the banks don't do it. And similarly, the FCA is quite tough on banks not extending credit to people who they shouldn't really extend credit to. And there's a macro debate that one could reasonably have about how much our regulatory system should be a little bit more caveat emptor versus trying to protect people from themselves. But the practical reality of it at this moment was that the banks were saying, look, we have all these regulations on us, or laws, which mean we should not be extending credit to people who shouldn't have it and then end up in trouble. So we can't do this, and we won't do this.
So even if we wanted to help, we can't.
Because we're going to end up being hauled in front of the regulator or being held liable under the Consumer Credit Act, the way our legal system is set up, and that was completely reasonable from their perspective. We have a set of laws, and we can't then say, you should just ignore them and it will all be fine. So that required some. So that's the setup essentially for where we are.
But you as government can disapply them.
And that's what we did.
Yeah.
And that's what we did. So I spoke to the Shadow Chancellor at the time specifically, and I think we ended up having to pass a secondary piece of legislation. So we needed to essentially say, I can't remember the exact legal side of it, but we needed to, and I make sure the opposition were happy with that at the time, because there was no way to do something like bounce back loans or open up credit to this sector without effectively saying, look, these peacetime rules on lending to small businesses, we need to interpret them slightly differently.
Yeah. And one of the key factors, or key features rather, I should say, of the bounce back loan was that unlike C-bills and CL bills, where the government guaranteed 80%, this was 100% government backed. So just looking at that, that meant the government was standing behind the loan. That presumably was designed to free up the money, to take the skin out of the game for the banks so that they could get the cash out quickly. But you knew and you were advised that that came with a risk of fraud, risk of default. But I'd just be interested if you could explain how you balance that risk against the need to introduce this sort of scheme.
I think this is a really important point, so bear with me while I try and unpack this. Of course, I was nervous about 100% guarantees. I talked about skin in the game previously. This to me was not something I kind of jumped up and down to do day one for all the obvious reasons. So I was persuaded over a period of time that it was the only thing that would work in order to get cash to these businesses and avert them all going bankrupt. Interestingly, Germany and Switzerland had done 100% guarantees, so that had just been announced. So people knew that it was possible, and other countries had taken this quite unusual step. Not every country, but those two had done so. So that was an interesting development.
Can I just pause there and ask you about that? We haven't really looked very much at international comparison, but as Chancellor, making these sort of decisions, when you see that other developed economies in Western nations are taking certain steps, does that give you? Did it give you more comfort?
I spent a huge amount of time doing that. It wasn't about comfort; it was about learning. Because we were all going through it together. I spoke to German finance minister, Swiss finance minister in detail about how they were doing their schemes. I did that throughout the pandemic, and so the cohort of finance ministers who all lived through this together, I'd say we're all still reasonably close friends because of that. So we're all constantly calling each other, talking to each other, trying to compare notes and learn from each other. So on this, that was instructive in just how they had done it. So we spoke to them, and I think the team spoke to them as well on some of the more practical detail. And then you had this very kind of strong public, not pressure, but you had lots of people who you would not typically think of being in the camp for doing something like this. So I had three former Conservative chancellors all come out saying you should do 100% guarantees. Andrew was careful in what he said, the Bank of England governor, but was supportive of doing something like this, given the extreme situation that he was seeing from all their network of people around the country. And then, again, you had the then shadow business secretary, shadow chancellor, obviously, also all calling for it. So, this was the backdrop of it. It's not something you would want to leap to right away because it does come with cost and consequence. But, given the situation we faced, there was no other way at scale to deal with what I think rightly was described, as I said, as an existential issue. And without doing this, there would have been, as I said, I think, kind of absolutely devastating impact on businesses and jobs, millions of jobs, 500,000 businesses. So we had to go down this road. And then the question is, which we should get into properly, what can you do to to reasonably mitigate the risks, particularly of fraud, which I'd like to have the opportunity to go over with you, and what would this look like next time around?
Okay, so let's look at risks that measures to mitigate the risk of fraud. We heard quite a bit about this from the British Business Bank. The bank stood up the CFAS system, which was looking at multiple applications, and that was stood up within about a month of the scheme going live. We heard about adding the change of director flag to that. But are there other measures that you had in mind at the outset?
I think that, look, a couple of things, and I'm conscious of time, lady, so maybe I don't know whether we run a bit longer or we'll pick it up again.
Don't worry.
No, that's fine. I think because there's a few misconceptions that I think are important to get on the record. I keep saying as if there was no checks done whatsoever, or that we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. I mean, both of those narratives are completely wrong, right? Of course we knew the risk that we were taking on. The Secretary of State and Bays has spoken about it. I'd spoken about it. We even had PwC consulted and engaged on that particular topic of fraud. Now, I think reasonably one might say, why did you use PwC and not the Public Sector Fraud Authority? And maybe in the future that would be fine.
Well, that didn't exist at the time. So
yeah. Okay. Fine. That's so good. Well, answer on that. But the idea that we weren't aware of this or didn't spend time thinking about it is completely and utterly wrong. Of course we were. And we thought about it long and hard and had the estimates for it, so much so that we got an external person in to come and think through it at the same time as we're doing all the design. So we were eyes wide open about it and made the judgment that the risks were outweighed by the need. So that was the first point I was going to say. And the second thing is people have kind of said, you had to issue a ministerial direction for bounce back loans. We had to issue ministerial directions for almost every single economic intervention during the pandemic, including all the other loan schemes too. So I think people somehow put a lot of emphasis on that, which I think is slightly misplaced, given that was what we were doing across the board. And then in terms of the actual checks, the banks, it's not that they had to do nothing. They had to do the standard anti-money laundering and KYC checks.
Know your customer.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, yes, know your customer. Right. So there's a kind of very standard set of that they're not the full bells and whistles that you would do on C-bills where you had weeks and weeks of time, but it was not as if nothing was done. And the various checks that were put in place, even at the beginning, ended up having a decent benefit. So that's what we could do at the beginning. And then there is this just, I think, genuine kind of hindsight view of this. Now, over time, we built in more protections. And so if this happens in the future, those protections will be there. But at the moment we launched this, it was not as if we kind of sat there and just forgot to do some things. 2, 4 weeks, 6 weeks later, we kind of scratched our head and said, well, we wish we'd done that. That was just not the case. It was a straightforward choice. We can launch this thing now and get going with it so the money gets to businesses, or we can wait. And I think that is the kind of the misunderstanding of this. So waiting is, sure, you could have lowered the ultimate fraud levels by waiting and building some of these checks. But you have to then be confident that you were going to accept the loss of business that would result from that. And I think the most striking fact on the speed here is 40% of all the bounce back loan lending was done in the first 4 weeks. Just think about that. 40% of this entire 1 million scheme was done in a matter of weeks. 60% of it was done in two months, 8 weeks. Right. So this is my point, is waiting 4 or 5 weeks to build some of these things was probably the difference between half of these people literally being there or not being there, arguably. And now that was just simply not a decision that I thought was the right one to take. And so, if you want to look back at this and say, there was unacceptable level of fraud, then at the time, everyone knew what 100% guarantee meant. Everyone was clamoring for get the money out as quickly as humanly possible. And then kind of X years later to be like, well, you should have just taken your time and put in all these fraud checks. And so what if that took 4-6 weeks to put in place? I think completely is kind of looking at the situation with a misunderstanding of what it was like at the time.
Well, and you told us earlier you were receiving information about how significant the cash reserves of these small businesses were. In other words, they were minimal. They didn't have spare cash. They didn't have significant reserves. So if we just take the CFAS checks, for example, that took about 5 weeks to stand up. The point you're making, I think, is that, yes, you could have waited 5 weeks, stood up that spreadsheet and then launched it. But in those 5 weeks, half of the businesses might have folded.
Yeah, and look, that is a choice that someone could make. But at the time, it's all very well now. At the time, and I would make the same choice again. In the same situation, I would do the same thing again. But at the time, I could tell you, certainly nobody was waving their hand saying, no, slow it down, more checks, more form filling, right? Because having lived through that period, all these people now, there's not a single person that I can remember really making that point at the time. And even if they had, quite frankly, it would have been the wrong thing to have done. And I would have done exactly the same thing again in that situation.
Yeah, in fairness to the point you're making, the evidence we've heard about checks essentially has been that the Treasury was in favour of any checks being introduced to reduce fraud, as long as they didn't delay the implementation of the scheme or the money going out within 24 hours, because that would have self-defeated the very
the whole point of the scheme. And I really think, of course, nobody, not least the people in charge of trying to protect taxpayers' money and not have to go and, as I have to go and raise taxes after the fact to pay for all the various public services support and everything else, want to see money lost to fraud. But of course they don't, right? So the idea that there's some kind of complacency around this is also completely ridiculous. But at this moment in time, the priority was to save these businesses, get them the cash. This was the only and best way to do it. And you had to accept that came with some downsides and consequences. And as I said, at the time, there was very broad public support for that approach amongst the entire business community, in Parliament, in the media in general. It's only after the fact that, well, you've had all this thing, we've saved these businesses, and now we're like, well, actually, there's this issue. So I think I'm just very careful on this to think about the situation at that moment, because I don't believe that there were any other choices that could have been made. And actually, what this represented was an incredible success story in standing this thing up, working with the banks, and then getting these loans out. I mean, that volume in a matter of weeks really is absolute lifeline, and lots of focus on furlough and other things. But this particular intervention made a huge difference, a huge difference.
Thank you. I wonder if we could take the break there, my lady, and Mr. Sunak, then after the break, it'll give you the opportunity, because you've covered a lot of lessons learned already in that evidence, but any further reflections about the future for those loans we'll pick up after the break, if that's convenient.
I shall return at 25 to. All right. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Sunak, going back then to bounce back loans, you would never go to a 100% government-backed loan scheme as a first choice intervention as a Chancellor of the Exchequer, I'm sure. But looking forwards, do you think it remains important to have that in the armoury of tools you can deploy if needs demand it?
Yes, I absolutely think that, because hopefully no one is in that situation again. But if they are, I think it is a tool that, as we saw in this pandemic, was enormously helpful and necessary. And in terms of looking forward, there a couple of things have now been developed, which will obviously be helpful. You talked about CFAS and that database on duplicate checks. Also, we talked about making tax digital. A couple of other legislative changes have been made. I haven't got the names of the precise acts, but Companies House, the integrity of the Companies House director data as a result of new legislation that we passed in government will be that much better next time around. So that will help considerably on the fraud side. And then also, I've got it scribbled down here, which I can't remember what it stands for, but ECCTA, again, similar to making tax digital, will have more regular reporting of turnover from a particular group of companies. And again, that will be helpful, because obviously with bounce back loans, there was a turnover threshold, a maximum loan size based on turnover or a maximum cap. Having more digital information there would enable that to be kind of a higher integrity check. And then more generally, what you did see was, certain lenders, for whatever reason, had a particular issue or exposure to one type of fraud versus another. So now all of that learning has happened amongst them, and a dashboard was developed that compared all of them. I think those individual lenders, now obviously have all got improved internal systems that they developed over the course of this that would help. So I remember one of them kind of had a way to had a way to check where they could see if the money went into the account and then was it transferred out very quickly somewhere else, for example. So things like that. There are lots of these things that were developed. So as part of what we're saying about some kind of slightly more regular assurance on people who are accredited to do loan schemes, just to check that all the things that we know were the targets for fraud from criminal gangs are ones which the banks have got the best possible systems to examine. So look, for all of these reasons, I think that trade-off between speed and fraud next time around will be less acute than it was for me. So if anyone is in this situation again, thankfully, they will, even if they want to move at the same speed I did, they will benefit from the fact that fraud would be lower because of all these things that have subsequently been developed. But all I'd say in closing is we shouldn't ever think that there is not going to be that trade-off. There is. And commentary or focus on this point that doesn't acknowledge that trade-off is not actually particularly helpful for the future. That trade-off will always be there. I think probably as a result of now the changes and iterations, that trade-off has probably been minimised to the most optimal point it can be, but it will still nonetheless exist, and that's a judgment for someone to make at the time. And maybe the last thing I'd say, Mr. Wright, is just you've heard evidence from the Bay's Permanent Secretary and the British Business Bank that about 4% of the loan outlays have at this point now been flagged or estimated as fraud. Now, let me just say this again: like, every penny lost to fraud, every pound lost to fraud is obviously wrong. It's not something that anyone wants to see, and you want that number to be as low as possible. And that's obviously my view. That's the view of everyone at the Treasury. But I think it's worth thinking about that 4%. Now, obviously, the numbers in billions of pounds are large because the quantum of what we're doing is very large. But that 4%, it's worth just comparing it to what are the fraud levels in other government programs, not actually that existed during the pandemic. This was probably on the fraud side, one of the higher ones, but just in general. So, the working tax credit system, legacy system, tended to have fraud rates of about 5%. Universal credit in the annual accounts that were published, I think, a year or two ago, it was high single digits. Potential fraud estimated there, up around 8%. Housing benefit was, I think, when it was last looked at, was 4%. The R&D tax credit system, before I made some changes as Chancellor to improve it, was 6%. So I think in the context of, again, none of that is acceptable. Everyone wants to see those numbers lower. But in the context of a scheme that was stood up in days, and then implemented over the course of weeks in a crisis, to end up with unnecessarily having a different approach to these checks, ending up with a kind of estimated fraud level of where it is at the moment at 4%, which is broadly in line with peacetime schemes elsewhere in government, I think should be seen as a sign that this is far better than I think it was expected at the time. Those numbers are much lower than all that original analysis I talked to you about with PwC and the advice. Everyone assumed it would be much worse than that. It's been better than that. And actually, in the context of what else happens in government in general, not saying that is acceptable either, but actually I think it should be seen in that context, and I think that is an important way to look at it. So, I think what the teams did to put this together was really exceptional work at that time.
Is the ECCTA the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act?
Yeah,
I'm not surprised if you didn't remember it. It's a rather clumsy title for a statute, if I may say so.
Thank you. And I think that, you sounds like you know this anyway, but I think that is probably the same act that deals with the Companies House changes that have been made as well. But thank you for elucidating me on that. And I think that I remember the FSB, in evidence to you, probably put it well. It's a good moment to close for me, at least. He said it's almost certain that without bounce back loans, the impact on small businesses would have been devastating, and this can't be underestimated. And I think that is absolutely right.
We also heard some evidence from Lord Sharma, I think, that if you think about Bays at the time, now DBT, but at the time, in general times, that was really a policy department rather than a delivery department. And so their internal anti-fraud capability, I think, consisted of 2 people at the time, whereas that was expanded to 10 and has grown. Yeah. And we also heard from Mr. Cheeseman, who heads the now established Public Sector Fraud Authority, about the really cross-government effort to tackle fraud across the public sector, which has grown post-pandemic and has been strengthened. So are those also things that we should be factoring in now? That those weren't things you could draw upon, but they are things that a future Chancellor would at least draw some comfort from in terms of the capacity to tackle fraud.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right, and that's why I have confidence that should anyone be in this situation in the future, that trade-off between speed and fraud would be less acute than it was for me. As I said, I think it still will exist, and these same conversations will have to happen, and someone will have to make that judgment. But because of all of those investments, new bodies, and mainly the learning from this experience, and then the development of capabilities as a result of it, mean that we were much better placed next time around. But again, that's great for the future. But at the right moment to judge it is at that moment that we had, what was the right thing to have done given the set of trade-offs that we faced.
I don't have any further questions about bounce-back loans. We've ended with bounce-back loans. I didn't ask you if you had any other more general reflections on loan schemes, so from CCFF down to bounce-back. I'm not assuming you do, but if there is anything else, it might be a convenient moment to pick that up now, or we can move on to grants.
I think we've covered it through our existing exchanges on some of the reflections on the other schemes and more generally, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. So can I then move on to the subject of grant schemes? So these are schemes that provided grants to business. Again, some high-level statistics, and I should say we're talking here because of the devolved administrations. We're talking here about schemes that were delivered in England through 314 English local authorities. That's the focus of these questions. 4.5 million grants paid to business with a total value of £23 billion, estimated to have benefited 1.4 million businesses and 70% of the first cohort of grants, because we've heard there were 3 cohorts paid by local authorities, provided to the businesses within 4 weeks of the funding landing with the local authorities. So I just set out that that bit of context. In terms of delivery, I mean, these were again, Treasury is leading on policy, economic policy. Bayes is responsible for management of the schemes. You've also got the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government that are effectively the voice of local authorities. And in that context, maybe a little known fact, Mr. Sunak, or a forgotten fact, that I think you were Minister for Local Government. It was as a junior ministerial position.
It was my first ministerial job, and I've very fond memories of my time doing it, and the relationships that I made during that time were actually very, very helpful during the pandemic.
Yeah, and just picking up on that, I mean, having done the job, not for very long, but long enough to build those relationships, you understood, did you, as Chancellor, that local government was a trusted partner in terms of delivery of public services and generally?
Yes, I having had that experience as local government minister, I got to see firsthand just the incredible dedication of our local councils up and down the country, but also their desire and willingness to do more for their local communities, based in large part on the correct belief that they understood their communities better than anyone sitting in Downing Street or Whitehall, and they're really motivated by public service and making sure that their communities could prosper. And so I had an enormously pleasurable and rewarding time in that job, and it informed my thinking during the pandemic, and I was in close dialogue with the people I knew from that world, and I thought it was an opportunity. It was hard, of course, because we were asking people to do lots of things very quickly that obviously was going to put strain on various different aspects of their organisations. But I had confidence that they would rise to the task and do it brilliantly, and they did. They really did, and they were doing it, house by house, street by street, neighbourhood by neighbourhood across the country in all manner of different ways. And I think instructive from my evidence, I tried to put a table in there in the local government section of all the different bits of funding that went to local government, and I think the thing goes for 3 pages. And what's striking about it is just the breadth, the breadth of all the things that in one way or another they were doing and delivering on the ground. And I know it wasn't easy, and so they deserve thanks and praise for rising to the challenge. And
one of the issues that's arisen in the evidence when we've heard from the chair of the Local Government Association and from individuals in particular councils is that a complaint that there wasn't sufficient consultation, that local government weren't brought into the process of designing grants, and that the complaint wasn't really, we should have been sat round the table with Lord Sharma and the Chancellor or anything like that. It was just, someone could have picked up the phone. We could have helped in terms of delivery. And I just want to, in fairness to you. So far as you were concerned, we understand that you were keen to engage local government. I think in your statement you refer to instructing Treasury officials to engage. And I'm just going to put up an example of this on the screen. This is an email thread from your Principal Private Secretary, INQ 000 609 459. This is from 17th of August 2020. We see there as the second bullet, which prefaced with I've spoken to the Chancellor. Chancellor is content for you to engage a few trusted LAs as well as relevant OGDs, that's other government departments, is it? OGD?
Yes.
Although not sure about task force, this seems completely out their remit. Please use judgment on what we need to refine policy and sort through delivery. So, I mean, from your perspective, and I set this out in fairness to you, given the complaint was about them not being brought into the room, you seem to there be saying to your officials, look, go to trusted people in local government. Personally, could you see the benefit of, wherever possible, bringing them into these discussions?
Yes, of course I do, and I mean that email is hopefully evidence of that. But just more broadly, we're coming to the end of a day and a half. I think hopefully it's been a regular, repeated pattern throughout all these interventions that there has been a set of engagement with the relevant people on each of the big support schemes that we were doing. So that would again suggest that was something that we were keen to do and did do. And if for whatever reason people felt like that didn't happen here, I am candidly a little surprised by that and saddened by it. There's no deliberate desire for that to have happened. And the only slight pushback I might have, and I haven't seen it, I've seen a bit of it, but I haven't seen exactly all the comments from people, is my understanding was that was happening. So maybe there's something that's lost in translation a bit, and we can get into the detail. But even right at the beginning, my officials, and I've seen the emails, have got messages to me or advice to me where they have spoken to MHCLG officials who would have organised, and they refer to the fact that the MHCLG officials have spoken to LAs, and then they're passing the feedback through to me and to the Treasury. So my understanding was that was happening, and other evidence refers, as you'll see, to a kind of trusted LA group where this exists, and I existed in MHCLG, and I'd use it in other aspects of policy in the Treasury as well, where there are a group of trusted LAs that are kind of brought behind the wall, so to speak, to be able to talk to in confidence about things in advance. So those structures did generally exist, and my understanding was that those conversations were happening.
I just make it clear, I don't suggest for a moment there was a deliberate decision not to consult the LAs, and I'm quite sure that the hope and expectation was that they would be brought into these conversations where they could be. But I mean, you won't have followed the evidence of every witness, but Joanne Killian from the Local Government Association was talking about early cohorts of grants and said, I don't think we were searching for days and days of consultation. A few hours in a room actually could have, I think, assisted in making the schemes much more purposeful and targeted. There's evidence that the LGA and councils acted so quickly in responding to requests for information and advice in so many other circumstances. I think provision could have been made to seek our advice and practical input, and it wouldn't have prejudiced the principle of getting stuff out quickly. I mean, that's her perspective. I don't want to get into her perspective and why she feels like that. People are entitled to feel differently about things, but I'm more interested in this really, and trying to look forward and be positive about this. You acknowledge, having done the job, how important local authorities are, and they can be really important delivery partners for policy. and here they were essential to getting that support to business. That's fair. And as you said, they know their local areas, so they have an ability, don't they, to reach out to businesses locally that central government, Whitehall, might not have.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, remember, Whitehall was also talking to business group representatives who similarly represent those same businesses, and my sense would be what would typically happen, and I think would rightly happen, is that would happen via MHCLG. I think MHCLG as a department would have the relationships with all the relevant local government stakeholders. I mean, I was atypical in the Treasury and having those deep relationships, but I think the Treasury would rightly expect MHCLG to bring to them those views and reflect them to the Treasury as part of the MHCLG input into those policy formulations, which were, I think, no one disputes that they weren't happening, and there's evidence from MHCLG officials feeding in to those discussions. So my sense is it should broadly happen that way. That's reasonable, and even in this instance of that first loan scheme, and again, I don't know the individual concerned. I don't think so. I'm trying to put it in context, but I think the day after the cohort 1, which talked about grant schemes, were announced, and I think there had been engagement between MHCLG and Treasury officials in the formulation of that. The very next day, I think it was on March the 18th from memory, the trusted LA group met together with Whitehall officials and not just local authorities, but actually SIPFA, which is the body that deals with all the local authority finance, and the software companies that provide all the billing software for business rates. So actually that happened the very next day, because as we've discussed, you've kind of headline announcement, and then you also need to work on the very detailed guidance to make sure this thing will operationally work, and what bits of software need to do what, and what time frame can all that happen. So that happened the very next day, which I hope was indicative of a desire to do exactly that.
I suppose you've made a very valid point about MHCLG. I mean, the way I put it to one of their officials who gave evidence was that they are effectively the voice of local government within national government.
Yes.
So there is a sense, I suppose, there that it depends on how well that voice is heard by other departments, how loud MHCLG shouts, to make itself heard on behalf of local authorities. And I'm very much trying to look forward here. If local authorities feel that their voice is not cutting through sometimes, in a future emergency, and I know there's a reluctance to get into standing up structures for the sake of it, but how should it cut through? I mean, do you think the systems are already there, if they work properly, to enable that voice to be heard, or do you think there could be a more permanent emergency board that could be stood up to provide that advice at the front end?
I have a soft spot for local government, so I'm slightly nervous. I might say yes, that's fine, because I have a soft spot for local government. Without, there's probably 5 other groups that would then think that they are equally deserving of some structure. And in general, I'm not entirely sure more structures and formal structures are the right answer. I think it's pretty problematic in a government that's not functioning. Well, you've got Prime Minister, you've got Secretary of State for MHCLG, you've got a Chancellor, a Chief Secretary of Treasury who understand the importance of local government. I think in all cases, for that not to be heard. I think there's a difference between people feeling their voice is not heard and people just not doing what they want them to do. And we should distinguish between those things. Just because someone has not done something that you want doesn't mean that they didn't hear it or listen to it. They just disagreed or were not able to do it. It may well have been that there was some consultation, just not with the person in particular that feels that they weren't consulted. And that's what I'm as I said on this question in general, I said I am genuinely a bit surprised. But if that's how it felt, that obviously isn't ideal, because they were an important delivery partner, an important part of how the country responded to the pandemic, and I would always want to make sure that they felt they had a voice. And as I said, my experience is a bit idiosyncratic because the chair of the LGA is someone who I'd worked with and known, and he could always just send me a message or call me or something if he needed to talk to me or get a meeting, which he was struggling to get. So I'm not averse to making sure that their voice is heard, because it should be heard.
Yeah.
I'm probably sorry not to be so precise on whether there should be a formal structure for that, but in general, yes. If people are sitting in the cabinet room or in Downing Street generally or in Treasury and they're not thinking about local government, then that would be an oversight.
I mean, we've picked up before that sometimes the pressure of the situation and the need for urgent intervention or decisions truncates or cuts off completely the ability to consult. And we heard some evidence about a programme board being set up to engage with local authorities, moving towards the third cohort. And in fact, then when the Omicron grant, or the grant that arose from the Omicron variant, was developed, the need for urgency meant that there wasn't time to go to the board. So that might, I suppose, make your point for you in terms of structures.
Yeah.
There was a structure.
Yeah.
It was meant to exist to provide that consultation, but urgency got in the way, and therefore it didn't. And then people feel more disgruntled that we've got a structure and you still didn't.
And it's not used. Yes, I think that is a fair observation. And again, that's a good example because I remember that period acutely, and I did have a set of calls, Teams meetings, Zoom meetings from memory, because I was travelling with all the business groups from the hospitality industry. So at least in that sense, given that they were the ones that were most impacted because of what was happening, and something was said at a press conference, and then they all saw a massive drop in their takings and customer footfall. And then I think I did more than one, but I did one kind of group roundtable, virtual roundtable, and engage with all of that sector to try to get, tell me what's happening on the ground, because there'd been a press conference where something was said that then obviously then caused an outcome in the real economy where people stopped going out straight away, and it was pre-Christmas and they were all suffering. So I did do that in that moment, and then to your point, and then we just had to then announce, we announced what we did, which was helpful. The only thing I would say on that, and again, I'm not hugely averse to the idea, is, and I read some of the commentary, and I guess the thing I was asking myself, what was the thing that we didn't do, or that all the people who wanted this engagement wanted us to do differently? And that's the bit that I couldn't quite see in the evidence, and I might have missed it. And that's why I'm sure, people just sometimes like to be involved in the conversations, and that's completely understandable. And often that means that the outcome of the policy is improved. And look, and in this case, I think that engagement, as I said, it happened the day after I made the announcement on cohort 1. All the groups were meeting and delivering all the guidance. What's interesting to me, just reviewing this period, is because I saw the comments from someone saying, "Oh, we could have helped feed into the design of these schemes, etc." It's not as if the fundamental design of these schemes changed on grants. We'll get into the targeting bit and the complication around that. But fundamentally, it's not obvious to me that there was a big thing that someone was like, if you'd had me in the room, I would have told you X, and you didn't do X, or you then did it later. But I guess, which is my only slight pushback, is was there a specific thing that somehow was missed? Because that would be another way to argue in favour of something more formal, if there was really an evidence that something somehow was really meaningful that got missed as a result of not having that extra level of forced engagement, so to speak, beyond what was anyway happening. And I might have missed it, but I couldn't find something specific from the people who felt that they could have, or felt that they should have been in part of that process. That was my only thought. And again, if I've missed it, I'm very happy to talk about it.
Can we move on to targeting? Well, targeting really and complexity, and our introduce that as a subject with this observation. Generally speaking, you have extolled the virtues of schemes that were simple, easy to understand, could be clearly communicated. You know, that was one of the great benefits of CJRS, for example. One of the great benefits of SAYS, one of the great benefits of the uplift to universal credit, that you can just stand up, make a reassuring statement that here's the scheme, this is what it's going to do, and everybody can understand it. Now, the flip side of that is targeting. And we come back to this in grants as we have discussed it previously, but you can either celebrate the virtues of it being simple or you can criticise that it's therefore not targeted. And I just wonder with the grants, that there did become 3 cohorts, and lots of different grants targeting different businesses. And so you introduced targeting, but it was at the expense of simplicity and ease of delivery. And I just wonder if there's an answer to that.
No, I reviewed this entire thing. I mean, preparing for this over the past few months, I mean, the bit that really required a lot of time on my part was trying to go over this grant section. I mean, you look at these charts and what we did, and it is undeniably complex. And going over it again, I remember it being complex at the time, and us having to try and figure out how to simply communicate to the public, to local authorities, to parliamentarians, what support was out there for whom over that autumnish period and beyond. And I remember it being complex then, and going over this now, or the last few months, reminds me of just how complicated it became. All I can say is, there was an attempt to be more targeted, and I can't even remember all the different names of these things and acronyms. But again, as the economy was starting to reopen, we had the tiering system, different regions being impacted by different MPIs. Businesses over here could be closed in a particular region, but not over here. So we try to adopt these grant schemes to be much more shorter term in duration. So instead of here's your grant for 3 months, we're all on 3-month lockdown, it's, well, we'll do this in, I think it was 3 or 4 week increments at a time, and they're flexed depending on whether your area is in this tier or that tier. And again, I think that's not an unreasonable thing to try and do. It was more targeted. It's what people would say you should do for all the reasons we've discussed. And maybe it would have been fine if the health situation had been more stable and stayed in that state for a while. But the problem is, as we discussed with JSS and furlough and other things, because the health situation kept changing and deteriorating on a kind of trajectory to another lockdown, these things just had to keep getting iterated, because they were designed on the basis of one type of health response, and then a month later it got more serious, and then a month later it got more serious, and then you just ended up doing the same thing you did at the beginning, because we're in another 1 month, then 3-month national lockdown. So that was at least that was the thesis behind why we did what we did, accepting all that complexity, or accepting a degree of complexity to have better targeting. And I think there's kind of an arguable case that would potentially have been a worthwhile trade-off had it stayed. What clearly happened is it just became more and more complex as we had to keep up with the health response, and then you end up back where you started with simple grant lasting 3 months so to the whole cohort. So that at least is I hope it's a helpful context and explanation for why those charts look the way they do.
And is there any learning from that? I mean, in terms of if you had this situation again, I mean, obviously we now know what we know, but if you were in it again, would you favour retaining just a simple structure for grants, or is the targeting the important thing? And how do you, again, it's squaring the circle. How do you find the way through?
Yes, Look, again, I'm loath, because it will depend on the situation, and maybe there'll be a better understanding of duration of whatever pandemic. I mean, clearly in hindsight, it was not the right thing to do because the health situation deteriorated, so you ended up back where you started. But that is in hindsight. Was it a reasonable thing to do at the beginning? I think yes, and where you can target things without a hugely burdensome kind of delivery cost on the other side, and the speed element is slightly less critical as it was by the time we'd got to the autumn. I don't think that is an unreasonable thing to try and do, actually. I think the caution next time around, if there is a next time around, is people having in the back of their head, we think this is going to last that long, and as a judgment for someone, do we think it's worth doing things on the basis that it's going to last a lot longer, or do we do things on the basis that hopefully it will be okay and we're out of it and it's once and done? And that will be a judgment for someone to make at the time.
Is there a data point here, though, that could be thought about now in terms of, I mean, you described how local authorities know businesses know their local areas. They hold different data to central government. That's in a way why they were given the job of delivering a lot of this support in terms of business rates relief and those sorts of things. Is there some work that could be done now, which had it been done before this emergency would have enabled you as Chancellor to make easier decisions about targeting if that data was in some way centralised, shared, analysed, looking ahead to delivery?
I think, look, we've talked about this before. The business rate system is really the only system that we have that has a set of information on businesses, but only those businesses with physical premises.
Yeah.
And there is, because we have over some years developed in peacetime sector reliefs for the hospitality industry. So that system does have a relatively high-level sector breakdown, which has been refined over time because we have peacetime reliefs for pubs and restaurants. Obviously, right now are in the process of being removed to some extent. But so I think that's there. So I'm not sure what one would do. It needs differently to that. Look, it's imperfect, but if you've got you're trying to help people with the fixed costs. By definition, those fixed costs come from the rent predominantly, and therefore they have physical premises. We have a sector breakdown for retail, hospitality, and leisure that has been refined over time. So I think that's probably in pretty good shape. I don't think that was the issue so much as the fact that the grants had different values and applied to different people depending on whether their area was open or closed. And I think that was and there's not really a data way, I don't think, to resolve that issue. That's just a function of how stable is that epidemiological response to the pandemic, that it makes sense to have grants that are done on that basis. Because the cohort here was, I don't think, particularly controversial. We talked about hard edges. Because it's been refined over time, we picked up the people that needed to be picked up in the industries that had been shut down. That one reflection is something that we introduced in April that, again, in the future, someone should do from day one is the discretionary pot. So we ended up having, because again, to this point on the hard edges, I think in this case, the RHL, retail, hospitality and leisure sector is pretty well defined. That picks up pretty much everyone you want. But it had some weird little anomalies. For example, market halls being a good example, actually. You had small retailers inside traditional market halls in market towns who didn't show up on the business rate system because the business rates were paid by the overall market hall and then passed through to them in their rent payment. Now, they obviously were meant to be beneficiaries of the policy. So you're sitting in Downing Street, someone like that, of course, should be benefiting from this grant. And if that same shop was on the high street with the same total rent and business rates bill, it would get the grant. And so there was that was a quirk that came up. And there were a few other little things like that, which is why then we said, look, we'll just do a discretionary pot. I think it was either 5 or 10% of your overall value that you're getting. The local authorities, to our point before, will be able to figure out who it should go to. And that worked really well. And it took us 4 weeks to get to that point from the beginning. But again, next time around, I would do that at the beginning, day one.
Right, so that's the point of learning then.
Yes.
That having that discretionary pot
Just picks up those.
Yeah, and it saves central government having to try and pick this up by happenstance or by listening to complaints that might be coming in from market halls in different places around the country.
And there will be multiple other little things like that that you can't and shouldn't be trying to deal with out of a Downing Street. But that would be... And I think... I mean, the other thing that works, I think, well, and we asked local authorities to do a lot, but we did fund them what's called the New Burdens funding. So there's an established process in government for providing funding to local authorities, which I was acutely aware of when I was local government minister. It's called New Burdens funding. So you put a new burden on local government to do something, then you need to, central government needs to give them the money to deal with it. And I think over the course of the pandemic, almost £250 million was given over. And that formula tends to work quite well, I think. It's an important feature because you can't expect local government to just start picking up all these new responsibilities without recognising that has a resource implication on them.
Can I move on to the VCSE sector?
Just before we do, Mr. Wright, I know that there was, again, just going back on our previous discussion on fraud, I noticed, interesting, on the grant schemes, again, I think is a good example of this. I'll be very brief. Of the fraud that occurred in the grant schemes, 90% of it occurred in cohort 1. And I think that is instructive because that is, again, where you had this acute trade-off between speed and checks. And there's one email that summarises this that came into my team from MHCLG, and it says, we've spoken to local authorities and they've been clear, onerous prepayment checks will delay things by 4 to 6 weeks. And again, it's just a good illustration of that trade-off. So it's not as if we weren't aware of it. It was an acceptance that in the same set of circumstances we described on bounce-back loans applied here, we needed to get them the cash, and we made a decision. And then, obviously, in the fullness of time, you can see that you have the luxury of time to implement new things, people get better at it, and it's less acute because everything's being announced months in advance, so you can do the checks and you see the fraud things drop. But to some extent, again, in the future, you would have that same trade-off. It would be a bit less acute because we developed some systems. But fundamentally, if you want people to do prepayment checks, that puts time into the system.
Okay, thank you. The VCSE sector, I just want to pick this up very, very briefly because I don't want to run out of time. And there are some other questions. So really we talked about the voice of local government. VCSE, needs to have a voice in central government. I'm sure you'd accept that. Do you think that it was cutting through to you as Chancellor sufficiently? The quirks, for example, in charities, things like in CBILS, there was a requirement for applicants to have a 50% trading income threshold. You changed that when it was brought to your attention, but is the point here that, yes, it's important to listen to that voice and for it to be well represented? Yes,
and I again, similar to local government, obviously that would largely come through DCMS, and that's not unreasonable. There were 2 changes we made. One was on the trading percentage of revenue for the loans, and the other one was on small business rate relief, which was the grants for small organisations went to those who were eligible for small business rate relief, but charities benefit from charitable business rates relief. So we needed to tweak that to make sure that they got the grants that were intended for them. So both of those things were changed. Again, we're learning as fast as we can. Next time around, obviously, both of those things could be done from the beginning. But we're, of course, aware of the incredible impact that charities were having in helping to respond to the pandemic and the impact that the pandemic was having on them, which is why I think a couple of weeks in early April, first week of April, I announced £750 million of support for the charities sector, and that combined with I think 300 million that we knew was coming from the National Lottery Community Fund, meant that there was over £1 billion of specific support going to frontline charities to help them provide key services and support vulnerable people during the pandemic. And thousands of those organisations across the country did an incredible job, and I know lots of people gave up their time to volunteer for them, and they were an important part of the response.
Can I move on to final topic, long COVID, and then I'll give you an opportunity to share any final reflections. But long COVID, first question. Now, obviously, at the outset of the pandemic, long COVID was not recognised as a condition because it hadn't been developed as a condition. But generally, was Treasury factoring in the risks of a novel virus having long-term health consequences that could impact the economy and economic recovery?
Yeah, I think, as you said, we're obviously recipients of the health advice on this topic, and I think by about autumn, as I can find various bits of advice that talk about this in the autumn of 2020. I think at that point, we have some numbers on what percentage of the population were impacted. I think it probably, although I can't remember in precise terms, would have contributed to the funding uplift that the NHS received for the kind of post-pandemic year 21 to 22, because there was an acknowledgement that there was this extra built-up demand on the NHS, and that's why I can't remember the exact number, but in that settlement, the NHS received billions of extra pounds, obviously to help them continue to help all the extra people who had various different health conditions or the backlog on the NHS arising from the pandemic. And then, I guess more broadly, throughout the pandemic, many of the things we did, the investments we would have made in the welfare system or social care system would have helped those who had long COVID as well, because this was something new that we didn't know about, and obviously for the people who are suffering from it was awful, and they deserve our compassion. And as we learnt more about it, I'd like to hope that the various things we were doing would have made a difference.
Did Treasury commission any particular data or seek particular analysis of the potential longer-term impacts of long COVID once it had been identified as a condition on the economy in terms of long-term scarring and the economic cost?
Yes, I think there's quite a lot of research, not necessarily commissioned by the Treasury, but there's been a lot of independent academic and other research into economic activity arising from the pandemic. So that's quite well documented. If you read through that literature, the focus has typically been more on mental health being the probably largest health factor for some of that, rather than long COVID. But again, that's been done by lots of other bodies, not specifically the Treasury, but all expert and independent bodies have looked at that question.
I mean, one of the issues that the Governor of the Bank of England picked up in his evidence on the 11th of December was an observation. He linked it, or he at least referenced long COVID within this, that the trend post-recovery is still that there is a lot of inactivity in the labour market. And the exact causes of that are still emerging. And I just wonder the extent to which the potential contribution of long COVID to long-term, or in those figures, has been factored in sufficiently, in your view?
I think it's been looked at. The couple of bits of evidence I got, particularly from the ONS, they've said the largest rise in inactivity has been those with mental health conditions, and long COVID is only a marginal contributor to the rise in activity. And then similarly, I think also from the ONS, there's limited evidence of an increase in activity due to long COVID. So I think I'd agree with Andrew. I don't think we have a fully settled and formed picture of the rise in inactivity post-pandemic yet. There are some emerging themes that are coming from it, where there's a particular focus on mental health, probably being the single largest explanatory factor. And as you've seen, the evidence that seems to be there from the ONS is that long COVID is, as they say, a marginal contributor to the rise. And there is still a kind of debate about early retirement and how significant a factor that is or it isn't.
If you're a chancellor at any time, a rise in economic inactivity in the labour market is a very concerning trend. Generally speaking, whatever the cause is, do you think it's a good idea now to really drill down into the causes of that, identify it insofar as you can, and plumb that into thinking about how you might respond in a future emergency?
Yes, in general, rises in activity are not a good thing, and in government we started, as I said, addressing the mental health side of that, because it does seem reasonably settled amongst all the people who've looked at it that is the single biggest explanatory variable, and you can see that through the claims on universal credit for ill health are disproportionately, indeed, I think the vast majority of them are citing mental health conditions. So work had already started in my time to tackle that, but I don't disagree. Understanding economic inactivity and having policies to tackle it, of course, is something that's important for the future growth and prosperity of the economy and the country.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Sunak, those are the topics I wanted to cover. I'm sorry that time has meant that I probably haven't covered all of them in the detail you would have liked, but it's been a full session over the last day and a half. But as I said, I would want to give you an opportunity, as I have with other witnesses, to share any reflections you have. You were the Chancellor going into this crisis with no on-the-shelf schemes and limited weapons in your armoury as a result of that. A future Chancellor will obviously benefit from seeing what worked, what didn't work, and making adjustments. But what observations would you share with your future self about another emergency?
Well, hopefully we've picked up lots of the specific lessons learned as we've been going through, and advice for future. I think some probably broader reflection. I think the pandemic was the biggest challenge I think our country has faced since the Second World War. And in response, the government had to do things that it had never done in peacetime. Government was telling everyone when they could leave their house and when they couldn't, telling businesses when they were allowed to open and when they had to close. And I think that unprecedented level of state intervention did require a series of novel economic tools, from furlough to business loans, all the things that we've been discussing. I believe then, and I believe now, that those tools, unprecedented as they were necessary in the exceptional circumstances that we face. But I would probably say that they shouldn't become tools of normal economic policy making, and are there to deal with truly exceptional circumstances, which the pandemic was. In terms of the support itself, I think what we were able to achieve during this very challenging period was to save millions of people's jobs and protect their livelihoods, and also protect hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of businesses from failing, and all the long-term economic and social consequences that type of devastation would have on our country. And I hope, in a sense, a lesson learned is that we do keep the tools of that toolkit that worked, and not forget that, and of course refine where we need to, and as we've been discussing, but just not lose sight of those tools that did work and did did make a difference, which, as your video highlighted, they did in broad part. And then maybe just to conclude is to reiterate my thanks to all those people in all the departments and different bodies that worked with me during this period. As you said, I was very new to senior government at the time. We were facing something that was truly unprecedented, and that word is often overused, but in this case I think it's a fair usage of it, and so many people around me worked incredibly hard, and I'm of course take responsibility and should be held accountable for the decisions that were made, and that rests with me. But I can't fault for 1 second the advice and the support I received during this period from everyone who was engaged in helping the country get through this, and I won't ever forget that. And as I said at the beginning of this hearing, I think it represents some of the finest public service that I've ever seen. And maybe just to conclude, say thank you to the inquiry and you, milady, and for everyone for their time, and hopefully over the day and a half that we've had, I've tried to approach this in the most constructive manner I could, and genuinely contribute to some reflections that enable us to learn the lessons of what happened, and ensure that we can be as well prepared as possible for the future, and do that in the spirit of constructive candour. And I appreciate the opportunity to have had the time to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunak. Those are my questions, and
I'm afraid there are just a few more questions, Mr. Sunak. Mr. Jacobs will start. He's over there.
Mr. Sunak, questions on behalf of the Trades Union Congress. Among the many features of the furlough scheme which the TUC considered to be its great attributes, one aspect that it did consider to be of concern was the application of the 80% figure to those who earned at the minimum wage. You spoke yesterday in relation to the rationale for the scheme and about how the government, having imposed restrictions on being able to go out to work and earn, was under a responsibility to provide support. Is the minimum wage not a pretty good floor for meeting that responsibility, in the sense that it would be the government saying, you can't go out to work and earn, but we'll ensure you can meet your basic living costs by receiving furlough at least at minimum wage level?
Thanks for the question. So I didn't catch your name.
Mr. Jacobs.
Jacobs, thank you for the question. Look, I think it's a totally reasonable point to raise. We thought about it at the time. I discussed it with officials, and actually the advice which I agreed with was that it was a defensible position, because the national living wage is a legal minimum for work when people are working, and obviously when these furlough payments were being made, those were that was by definition being given to people who were not working. And I think that is a distinction. Maybe not everyone will agree with that, but that was the rationale for it. I personally think that is not an unreasonable position to take. We've talked about trying to limit fiscal costs where we can, ensure targeting on the people who most need it, and in general, I think that if you look at the outcomes for those on the lowest incomes, as we've discussed, they were far more favourable than anyone had managed, and in absolute, I think we did a good job there. So I think in the round, that feels to me a defensible position to take. I understand why people might want to take a different point of view.
Acknowledging, Mr. Sunak, that rationale, in looking for sort of criteria or levers that enable support to be best targeted, I think, as you've just said, targeting support to those who need it most. Do you think, on reflection, that a minimum wage threshold would actually just be quite an effective way at targeting those who are known to be particularly vulnerable economically? So let's focus on whether it's defensible, but whether perhaps it's optimum in terms of targeting and getting money where it's needed.
I think if you look at the round of all the different interventions that we did, I mean, CGRS was there to ensure people were connected to their place of employment, did not lose their job, and obviously did not suffer a disastrous drop in their income. And That's obviously, we took the generous end at 80%, by the way. If you look at the range of international comparisons, we were, the range was probably 70 to, I forget, it's in my evidence, 70 to 90 or something, 70 to 85.
I think to 100% is in your statement.
There are other models where people have had more permanent versions of this, which are different. But in general, what was stood up during the pandemic in most large countries, I think 80% compares pretty favourably and is on the generous end. So I think we're starting with that point. We did other things in universal credit, hardship funds, local housing allowance, as we've discussed. There's so many different interventions. If you look at the outcomes on the most vulnerable people, I don't need to go through them again. I think in absolute terms, we did a good job there. And things like the flat rate in universal credit, again, disproportionately benefits, for example, single young people who were the most impacted by the various MPIs. So again, I think in the round the support was well targeted. I think on the 80% and the national living wage interaction, I think the position we took was defensible.
Thank you, Mr. Sunak.
Perfect. And just I said it earlier, but I thought the relationship and the constructive working between, Kate and Francis, or Baroness O'Grady at the TUC during this period was something that I thought was incredibly valuable. I know unusual for them to spend so much time with a Conservative Chancellor at the time, but I think it made a huge difference to have a good constructive working relationship, and I'm grateful to them for that.
I think that's a shared reflection, Mr. Sunak, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Ms. Hannett's just there, Mr. Sunak.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Sunak, I appear on behalf of the long COVID groups. You referred in your evidence yesterday to the importance of consulting with stakeholders such as the TUC and the CBI. The Treasury did not meet with the long COVID groups or participate in the Department for Health and Social Care ministerial roundtables, where the long COVID groups shared experience of its members, including in relation to employment issues. Should the Treasury have done more to meet with the long COVID groups to understand their concerns and the economic impact of long COVID?
Well, first of all, my sympathies to all those who are suffering with long COVID, because having spoken to some, I know it can be incredibly debilitating for people who are grappling with it. I'm obviously not aware of every single interaction that the Treasury would have had with everybody, or indeed, as we've discussed, the engagement that bodies have with their relevant departments that they normally speak to that then gets fed into the Treasury, and I really wouldn't underestimate that. That happens a lot in the sense that the advice I would receive throughout the pandemic would contain various views of different stakeholders that would have been fed through different departments as well as people engaging directly with the Treasury. I think we've had a long discussion about the balance of engagement and speed at particular times. I think the thing I would want to make sure is, are there policies that we've got in place that are appropriate to help people? And by and large, think that we do. And I think that applies to those who are suffering with long COVID as well as those who are suffering with other health conditions as a result of the pandemic and just more generally.
Mr. Stewart, by way of follow-up, the members of the long COVID group would say that the existing policies actually didn't meet their needs or suit their needs, and that position wasn't taken on board by the Treasury. In hindsight and on reflection, do you accept it would have been preferable for your officials to meet with the members of my groups?
I'm sure, and the easiest thing for me to say is, of course, yes. Right? It costs me absolutely nothing for me to say, yes, they should have met with you, and there will probably be, in all honesty, and we could just in the spirit of reflection, lots of groups that feel that they should have had an opportunity to talk to the Treasury, and the easiest thing for me to say is, yes, they should have all done so. What I would say is, that there was no desire not to speak to particular people, that the general culture was one of engagement and learning and trying to understand the impact of what was happening on all people from all walks of life across the country, and then do the best job we could to put policy in place to support them. So I'm sorry if you felt that you did not get the engagement that you wanted and needed, and that's all I can say. And I do believe that in general, the support that we put in place, did help people in all sorts of different ways, and particularly with people suffering from health conditions. The extra support that we put into the NHS and the social care system, and you'll be familiar with continuing healthcare and the other support that we've put in place. For those who are suffering with long COVID, they will benefit from the extra resources that have gone in. We had the discussion with Mr. Wright on the economic inactivity point, because I think there was a thought that maybe it was a very significant driver of economic inactivity. It turns out, at least on the evidence that we have, that it has not been, which is a welcome development, I believe. And I'm sure you're engaging with the current government where you think that there is ongoing policy that needs to be adjusted, in the same way that I'm sure there are different groups with different conditions, whether mental or physical health, illnesses or disabilities, that want to make sure that their voice is heard. Of course it should be heard, and I hope you're engaging with the new government as well about what's required.
Thank you. Ms Beattie. Ms Beattie sits just in front of Ms Hannett.
Mr Sunak, I ask questions on behalf of national disabled people's organisations. On the 5th of November 2020, the Treasury and the Department for Work and Pensions were specifically commissioned by the Cabinet Office to consider and put forward a package of financial support to address the disproportionate impacts on disabled people, including but not limited to those on legacy benefits not covered by universal credit. And just, Mr Sunak, to remind you of the context, the Prime Minister and CDL had asked for a more ambitious package for disabled people, and the Cabinet Office had specified that recommendations and proposals needed to meet the scale of this ambition. Yet the COVID-0 meeting of the 8th of December 2020, which considered the product of that Cabinet Office Commission, did not consider or agree any package of financial support for disabled people, whether on legacy benefits or otherwise. And the actions and decisions contained nothing about this. Why did the Treasury not put forward an ambitious package or even any package of financial support specifically focused on disabled people, not limited to those on legacy benefits, but including those, despite being specifically commissioned to do so by the Cabinet Office in view of the known disproportionate financial impacts on disabled people?
I'm sorry, but I can't speak to the specific meeting that you referenced, because I don't have a firm recollection of it, or whether I attended, or indeed the specific commission. Just as a general observation, the Treasury is commissioned for things all the time. Having sat both in the Treasury and in Number 10, that happens all the time, that the Cabinet Office or the Prime Minister's office will commission things, want ideas on things, advice on things. So just because something has been commissioned does not mean that it will get actioned. It's probably a very small proportion of things that get commissioned get actioned, and government is constantly looking at things. So again, I can't speak to that particular commission or why it wasn't taken forward.
Well, Mr Sunak, I mean, we know this was the government's attempt to look at the disproportionate impact on disabled people. The Treasury and all other departments were asked to consider this. And we also know from your statement that at the very time you decided to extend furlough at that time in late 2020, because you anticipated, you tell us in your statement, that people and businesses would need reassurance in relation to employment over the winter, that what was likely to be a second lockdown was coming. But this was a specific request for a package of financial support for disabled people to deal with the specific discriminate secondary impacts of NPIs on disabled people who might not be in employment, who might not be furloughed, but were in greater jeopardy through debt, lack of savings, food scarcity, among other matters. Do you not remember anything being done or considered in that respect?
Again, it would be wrong for me to talk to the specific commission, because I don't have a recollection of it in the context of everything that was happening at the time. But and if it was commissioned by the Cabinet Office and Number 10, it's probably more appropriate for them to answer as to why they didn't take it forward, because I said I can't recall it. But to your more general point, as we've discussed over the last day and a half, there was enormous consideration given to vulnerable groups in our society, and ensuring that the various different things that we did could help people in that position,
Was there anything-
not just through universal credit, but through all the various other investments and support schemes that were put in place. And you mentioned, food security or food insecurity. I mean, the data we have from DWP's household survey that they do every year shows that food insecurity fell for those households below average income. Food insecurity fell during the year of the pandemic compared to the year before, which I think is indicative of the support that we put in place helping vulnerable families and, again, tackling one of the specific things that you just raised about people's food insecurity.
Right, so that was a household survey. Was that disaggregated in respect of disabled people? You've already relied on the inquiry's labour market expert, Dr Brewer, but accepted that aggregate figures can mask specific inequalities. And Dr Brewer, in fact, goes on to say that there may be hidden inequalities, hidden household financial circumstances, and that was the case for disabled people. So generalised aggregate analysis doesn't tell you the full picture.
No, of course it doesn't. And that's why we provided billions of pounds of funding to local authorities to help exactly the people that you described. Because, of course, I'd accept that aggregate data, aggregate schemes are not going to capture every single person who is deserving and in need of help. It would be wrong to assume otherwise, which is why from the very first announcement I made at the budget through to the end of the pandemic, there was always a significant pot of money provided to local authorities for them to support the most vulnerable families in their communities that they would have best knowledge of and knowing who they were, to pick up exactly, as you said, those hidden people or hidden families that needed help. I'm very aware of that and made sure that there was funding made available to help exactly those people.
I think you're off-piste, Ms Beattie.
My lady, shall I turn to the second matter? Mr Sunak, you tell us in your statement that the Treasury submission of the 20th of March 2020 relating to the initial design of furlough considered potential equalities impacts of this measure, and there's a further submission of the 24th of March about further policy decisions on that, but neither of those submissions mention disability or disabled people. You further tell us that Treasury regularly conducted and published assessments on the impact of policies, for example, on household incomes. But again, none of the examples you cite refer to disability or disabled people. And of the equality assessments and analyses which have been seen and disclosed to date, analysis of impact on disabled people is sparse. Do you agree that the Treasury's assessment of the impact of policies was largely focused on household incomes and the poorest working households and did not extend to the specific impact on disabled people, which may be, indeed, as it was, more specific than the aggregate analysis you've already accepted doesn't get down to that important detail?
No, I think on this point, I'm not sure I entirely agree. I mean, we have a statutory framework for this, so the public sector equality duty, which is obviously in statute through the Equality Act, requires decision makers, i.e. ministers, to show due regard to the potential effects of policy, service or decision on those who share one or more protected characteristics under the Equality Act. And my recollection is that was always followed. I mean, the Treasury, like all departments, has a set of tools and a toolkit that it uses to do those assessments as part of ministerial advice. They were provided to me in submissions. I had no reason to think or believe that they weren't accurate or complied with the statutory obligation. Other departments would have done the same thing. So I think there was, in general, due regard in our obligations under the Equality Act, which is the legal provision we have to do exactly what you're describing, worked in that sense.
So, Mr Sunak, that's the Act provision and the obligation, but in terms of the tools, none of the tools that we've seen contained substantive information or detail on the position of disabled people or their economic financial position. So do you agree that those tools were actually incomplete in many cases out of date, and in fact inadequate for the purposes of conducting a meaningful analysis of the measures you are putting in place or choosing not to put in place as the Treasury?
I said I'm not. Look, I obviously don't have a in detailed recollection or understanding of the underpinning of all the individual tools that go into that assessment, and I'm sure it's something that could be suggested to the new government if you think the tools that are being used aren't appropriate or effectively accurate. But obviously I was just responding to the advice that I was given based on a set of toolkits that have been developed and by all accounts seem to be in compliance with the legislation that we have. So obviously that, I imagine as a matter of law and statute, that is a reasonable position to take. But if you have suggestions for the future, I'm sure people will be open to hearing them.
Thank you, Ms. Beattie. That does complete our questions for you, Mr. Sunak. You've obviously put a lot of time and effort into cooperating with the inquiry, and I'm extremely grateful for your help, and to those of your former colleagues who I suspect might have given a little bit of help in making your over 300-page witness statement ready for us. So thank you very much for your help. You've mentioned more than once the hard work and commitment of a number of your colleagues. The more I hear in this inquiry, the more evidence I hear, the more I become acutely conscious of the thousands of unsung heroes across the United Kingdom. And I know that people worked long hours under extraordinary pressure to save lives, save livelihoods, and keep the UK going. So I echo the praise, and I'm sure whatever findings I make, I'm sure that you too deserve what I think we deserve to all our unsung heroes, which is a huge debt of gratitude. So thank you very much indeed. And I won't ask you what your wife thought when you told her you'd become Chancellor of the Exchequer just as COVID was hitting the United Kingdom. So much for your political dreams. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. I'm really grateful to you. I shall return at 10 to 2. All rise.
As part of our ongoing scrutiny of the Foreign Office, the Foreign Affairs Committee is very pleased to welcome Yvette Cooper, the new Foreign Secretary, and Sir Ollie Robbins, who we're very grateful to see again, having seen him last week. We have a lot of questions, as you can imagine, Foreign Secretary, and we are going to try and be disciplined, and we want to be able to get all the way through to Sri Lanka, which is the last question. So we're going to try and keep it'll be a little bit quick fire, if that's all right, just so that we can, because it's our first session, and we want to be able to just sort of cover as much ground as possible. And obviously, as you as your priorities become more clear and so on, then we may end up focusing perhaps next time more on one particular topic. But we thought we would start with this format, if that's all right with you. Yeah.
Great.
So I thought I would begin by just asking you, what does a progressive foreign policy look like?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. As a former committee chair myself, I have a huge respect for the work that select committees do, and always had a slight feeling that maybe it was calmer when I would sit and answer questions from the committee, but thank you very much. So I think, look, our job, and my job as Foreign Secretary, is to make sure that the partnerships we build abroad make us stronger at home. And that means focusing on our security, on our prosperity, and also on our values. And I think in each of those areas you can see actually progressive elements. So our security is the bedrock on which all other opportunities are built. If we don't have national security, we can't enjoy any of the other opportunities. If we don't have border security, then we lose cohesion in our country. And for our prosperity, that has to mean the prosperity of the whole nation. So it's why, for example, when we're championing trade and investment from across the world, we're championing all the regions. It's why mayors from across the country have been part of our economic diplomacy across the world to get investment into every corner of the country. And I think for our values, it's about respect for the rule of law and also our shared humanity. And that's why, for example, with the Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica, we were swift to make sure that we could provide a direct humanitarian response because of that sense of the values we have towards other countries in the world as well. So in the end, all of those things we do feed through that security, prosperity, and our values woven together. We are stronger as a country because of the partnerships we build abroad. I think for some less progressive approaches are about saying, do you know what, we just can be isolationist, we don't believe in those partnerships. We do believe in them, and we believe in that international respect for the rule of law and countries working together to support each other in the face of collective threats.
Very good. Chancellor Merz said about Ukraine yesterday, for the first time since the war began, a ceasefire seems possible. So we're getting lots of very positive briefings about Ukraine, but we're not getting any detail as to what it means. And I wondered if you were in a position to be able to help us, and to be able to help us about, if there is a plan emerging, what role will Britain play in that?
So I think part of the reason that you're keen for more details because those discussions are still underway as we speak. And I think it is a very important process set of discussions that are taking place at the moment. No one wants peace more than the Ukrainians after everything they have endured over the last several years. But of course, we also need it to be a just and lasting peace. It cannot simply be an opportunity for Putin to pause and come again. And so therefore it has to respect the strength and sovereignty of Ukraine and also the security of Europe, the security of the UK, but the security of Europe more widely. We know that the threat from Russia is broader than the threat to Ukraine itself. It's also the threat to Europe, and so that's why that is part of it. But look, you'll have seen some of the discussions around that we've had over a long period of time. The reason that Prime Minister set up alongside France, the Coalition of the Willing, was also to talk about the kinds of security guarantees that need to be in place. We talked about some of the financial issues, the Russian sovereign assets and those issues as well. Of course, there are a lot of details, but ultimately, this also has to be about Ukraine's sovereignty, and what matters for Ukraine has to ultimately be decided by Ukraine.
We have been reading that progress seems to have been made on security guarantees. And it was for that reason I was asking, given that that seems to be what's being briefed, if there are to be security guarantees, if it does look like it's getting more concrete, what role are we playing?
So we are obviously the leading part of the Coalition of the Willing. And that has involved discussion between the effectively defence ministries and armed services across different nations that are all ready to be part of the Coalition of the Willing. So the UK is clearly a central part of that. And we've had discussions across other European nations. And we've also been discussing with the US what role they would play in terms of backing up, providing that backup for the Coalition of the Willing and providing those security guarantees. I totally understand why you are asking these questions and pressing on them, but you will also understand while these discussions are still underway, I think it would be premature for me to try and go into further detail when there are still discussions happening.
It's difficult though, because certain things get briefed.
Of course.
You know, Article 5 and that this is an offer from the United States that might be withdrawn if it isn't agreed to. So these tantalising things are put into the newspapers. But as the Foreign Affairs Committee, when we're trying to hold the Foreign Office to account, we're told we can't be told even that.
I understand, and this is obviously at the point at which there are details to be published, there will of course be many opportunities to raise questions as well. But bear in mind, there's another obviously crucial thing in this, which is there's a huge amount of work that's been going on, obviously involving the US, Ukraine, also backed by European countries, about securing peace. But what we also see is, I think there are two presidents who are pursuing peace, which is President Zelensky and President Trump, but President Putin so far has just sought to escalate war and escalate conflict. And so, look, what we actually need is Russia could end this war at a stroke if they simply stopped the conflict and they stopped pursuing their invasion of Ukraine.
We want to move on to conflicts, and I think we're going to start with Gaza. And I think, Uma, you wanted to ask a question first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Last night we had really moving testimony from Reverend Jack Serra. He's from the Bethlehem Bible College, of the desperate plight of those in Gaza and the scenes of the flooding that we're seeing. And I hope that the UK will be looking at pushing on further humanitarian assistance. The question I wanted to ask is, in the last few weeks, there's been a lot of coverage of the death of Ahed Tariq El-Bayouk. She was shot playing near her family's tent in Gaza. The IDF say they are now reviewing this. It's got a lot of coverage, rightly, but this is just one case. Since the ceasefire, an average of 3 children a day have been killed. That's every day. That's over 140 Palestinian children. What's Britain doing to not only rebuild Gaza, but in the short term ensure that this ceasefire, it actually is a ceasefire, and that we aren't seeing children dying every day?
I think that you're right to raise this, and the ceasefire we know is incredibly fragile, but more significantly, hundreds of people have been killed or injured since the ceasefire came into force. And obviously that raises issues about making sure that there is effective monitoring of the ceasefire process, and also that we have proper progress around the process as well. The first phase of the ceasefire agreement was obviously around the return of the hostages. That has been hugely welcome. We know there's one remaining hostage, but it's been hugely welcome. The ceasefire itself, which is hugely fragile, and the increase in humanitarian aid, which has increased, but nowhere near where it needs to be. The Civil Military Coordinating Committee that's been set up is doing some form of monitoring what is happening, but I think it's not the full framework that we would want to see. And most immediately, you talked about the flooding. There is an urgent, desperate need for more aid to go into Gaza. We need all of the crossings opened, we need the restrictions lifted, and we have to get an additional surge of aid in. We've managed to get some additional tents in by working immensely hard to get over 2,000 tents in. That is really important. But the UN has said that they need more than 80,000 tents in order to be able to help people through the winter when there's been so much damage to buildings. So that's why it's one of the continual things we are pressing every single day, is to get additional humanitarian aid and support into Gaza. It's also why we're supporting the matched fund pound for pound deck appeal in the run up to Christmas as well.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask a question about the West Bank. So violence is decreasing in Gaza, but to have peace in Palestine, there needs to be peace across all of the areas. Violence and military operations have increased in the West Bank. Food prices have tripled, which is extremely destabilising. 1,000 Palestinians have been injured in settler attacks in the last year compared to 500 the year before. What are you doing currently to condemn the creation of the new and the expansion of the existing settlements, to ban trade with settlements, and what are the practical barriers that you're coming across for the ban, and will you be carrying out further sanctions on violent settlers?
And also, I have to say, it was part of our report that we said that there should be a ban on settlement goods being imported into the UK, and the Foreign Office have not so far accepted that.
Yeah, what are those blockers that's stopping that?
Yeah. So just in terms of the settler violence, the increase in settler violence we've seen is extremely disturbing, and it continues alongside the expansion in settlements that we have also strongly condemned. We've been working internationally, not just directly, to increase pressure on that. So I put out a statement jointly with the French, German and Italian foreign ministers condemning both the scale of violence and the expansion of settlements just a couple of weeks ago, because we're so deeply concerned about the escalation of violence. And I think the number of settler violent attacks during the olive harvest in October alone, I think there were 250 recorded attacks. It's the highest it has ever been. And it is shocking and appalling in itself to have that level of settler violence, but it's also, I think, part of the broader issue about the future of Palestine. And that whilst everybody rightly is focusing on establishing the peace in Gaza, we can't lose sight of what is happening in the West Bank, and these need to be linked. It's why the establishment of the Palestinian Committee needs to also be linked into the Palestinian Authority, and we need to have that track to the two-state solution that we have obviously always championed and was part of our recognition of the state of Palestine, which is obviously the historic decision that we took and announced earlier in the autumn. So we are continuing to press those issues. And I think my hope would be that once the next phase around Gaza with the Board of Peace and the Palestinian Committee is established, that would also become an opportunity to link that more clearly with the issues around the West Bank and the reforms to the Palestinian Authority that we're also proposing. You also raised the issue, I think, around trade things. As you know, we have already said that the settlements do not benefit from the preferential trade tariffs and encourage the labelling of settlement goods. You're right that we haven't followed the approach that the Select Committee has taken, and that's not least the complexity of this, and we don't think that this is the right approach going forward. I would also say I think
it's not the right approach, or because it's too complex.
I think there's a combination of the two, but I recognise the point that the committee has made. So we have set out a whole series of things, and we've pulled back from, obviously you will know, the free trade agreement. I think what we want to see with all of this is to be part of now a positive process going forward. Now that we have the momentum around so many different countries alongside the UK joining in the recognition of the state of Palestine, we have a set of commitments not just around Gaza but also linking to the West Bank around in the discussions about the reforms and the peace process going forward. What's really important now is to bind everybody into a positive process going forward. This is deeply fragile, but we need that forward momentum and we need to bring the West Bank into that forward process.
Thank you. I just want to expand on the settlement trade question. So as the Chair said, the committee did suggest a comprehensive ban on imports from illegal settlements. And I think the response from the department was that guidance equips individuals and businesses to make their own informed choices regarding such activities. What evidence do we have that the guidance is being followed?
So you're right that that's both the Department for Business and Trade and HMRC have recently updated their list of the non-eligible locations so that the goods in the specified locations then can't benefit from the preferential tariff treatment, and also have introduced a new document code for that. If there are any doubts about goods that have been declared as being of Israeli origin, then HMRC can undertake checks, and I'm advised will undertake checks to verify the origin of those goods to ensure fiscal compliance. I am happy to write to the committee with further detail if you would like, in terms of the work that the HMRC does on that.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Just a follow-on from that point. What are there any interventions that are taking place to prevent UK-based business or charities from actually investing in settlements? So companies that are here or charities that are in the UK in investing in expansion of settlements in the West Bank?
Well, clearly we see those as illegal settlements as well, so it is important that that is recognised.
Should not be investing in settlements.
So obviously some of these issues are DBT issues as well, so I'm very happy to provide you with further written information on that.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. I wanted to come back to the Board of Peace. Several members of the committee were in Doha for the Doha Forum a few days ago. When we were talking to Qatari ministers, they were saying the Arab position really is the current setup of the Board of Peace is unacceptable for them. And we've been lots of information in the press recently about Tony Blair no longer being a position. So I wanted to ask, what is going to be the UK's role in that Board of Peace? How have we been involved in setting it up? Are we going to hear any more about Tony Blair being involved? Will FCDBO be involved if that's not the case?
So when President Trump first published his 20-point plan, he had obviously put forward Tony Blair as part of those discussions. So that was his nomination rather than a UK or different countries being involved at that point. The discussions in terms of the composition of the Board of Peace are still underway, so there isn't a conclusion to those yet. We'd understood at one point there was a suggestion that might happen actually sometime between now and Christmas, some other suggestions that might happen now in January. I would say my personal view is that we need to move forward as rapidly as possible, but the Board of Peace should happen alongside the Palestinian Committee, because it's crucial that the Palestinian Committee is able to actually run things in the practicalities of services in Gaza. It's this principle that Palestine should be run by Palestinians. That is hugely important. What the Board of Peace does then is provide the overseeing of the peace process more widely. So we, I think those details, we still wait for those to be finalised, and also which countries will be involved in the Board of Peace as well. There's obviously further crucial things that need to be taken forward around the ISF, the decommissioning. But again, I would say, I think underpinning all of this has to be the huge expansion of humanitarian aid, and we can get on with that right now.
Absolutely. And going back to the ISF, which you mentioned, UK has sent some personnel, I think, to work alongside the Israelis and the Americans at the Civil Military Coordination Centre. And we've also had lots of proposals from countries like Turkey, Pakistan and Indonesia, I think, to provide troops. Why is it taking so long for the ISF framework to be established? And what is the UK's role in the CMMC, and what do you envisage our role to be in any future ISF?
So we have supplied people to the CMCC, both military and civil, members in order to help with that. But that is predominantly a sort of operational coordinating work that it is doing. I think the ISF is a very different role, and we would not expect and don't intend for UK troops to be part of the ISF, although we of course always stand ready to provide planning support or training support or those kinds of issues as well. I think the US is leading discussions with potentially troop contributing countries on that, and I think really some of the issues for those countries or end up being around the mandates and the details of that, and in practice how it could work. The thing that we have also put forward some proposals on as well is around the decommissioning process, which we have suggested could learn from the decommissioning process in Northern Ireland as well. That was done very much independently, so would be a sort of independent process from the ISF. But look, all of those things, as we know, these are complicated issues, so all of these issues are still being looked at and still to be resolved.
Thank you. One final question. As we are embedded in the CMMC, and you've said the humanitarian situation leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, the number of people that have died due to the flooding, the huge restriction in tents, the small numbers of additional trucks the UN is being allowed to deliver through, and Rafah crossing is still closed, of course. What influence do we have? What more can we do to ensure that gets in? And do we need to be thinking about further measures against the Israelis in order to encourage them to open these options up?
Well, the aid going into Gaza has increased since the ceasefire. My view is that it's still a long way short of where we need to get to. And that's partly why I went to Jordan to see the warehouses, and just one of the World Food Programme warehouses that I went to, which had UK aid as part of it. There was enough wheat there to feed 700,000 people for a month, and yet it was stuck in Jordan and had been there for some of it for 8 months because the Jordanian route into Gaza was still closed. There have been some further discussions, and we are continuing to raise this at every opportunity about potentially opening the Jordanian route, but we're not there yet, and I just think we need to urgently get the Jordanian route opened. We've also been putting the pressure on. We've managed to get the 2,500 tents that we've managed to get in. Again, those have been waiting for very many months. That's enough tents to help shelter 12,000 people, so it is really important, but it's still not on the scale that the UN is saying is needed. And so whilst the number of trucks has gone up, we still need to go much further. So my argument with this is obviously we need the Israeli government to lift restrictions, but my argument is also that this should be part of the push forward with the Board of Peace and with the Palestinian Committee to also get a surge in aid, because I just think it's crucial, especially as winter is drawing in.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, so you said in your earlier answer humanitarian aid could be delivered now and should be delivered urgently, and now you're saying it should be part of the next phase.
So I just think at every stage, everything should happen now. Yeah. So we're calling for it to happen now, but also in addition, as part of the establishment of the Board of Peace and the Palestinian Committee, that is a further opportunity to further increase and have new arrangements in place to make sure we can get aid as rapidly as possible to those who need it.
Can I ask you though, because many of the charities have been in touch with us about this, and that is about, so obviously the Israelis are not going to allow UNRWA to play a role in delivering aid to Gaza. Much of our aid goes through the UN, but there's also aid from that we use that will be implemented through grants that we give to charities, and obviously a lot of British people are giving to those charities, but they can't play a role in Gaza at the moment because of the registration problems. Because Israel is insisting that there is this registration process. I understand that Save the Children has been rejected by the Israelis. There are a number of charities that are British charities. And if we have a leading role within, as I understand it, CMCC, when it comes to the delivery of aid, and we can't even get British doctors into Gaza, what are we going to do about it?
I have raised this exact issue about the registration of charities directly with the Israeli Foreign Minister, and we have raised it continually with the Israeli government and also through the CMCC and with all those involved in the process. We will continue to raise this. There are a lot of very good, very well experienced charities who need to be able to operate, and we're just preventing very practical improvements, practical delivery that could take place now by the continuation of these restrictions. So the UK government's strong view, my personal strong view, is that these restrictions on charities need to be lifted. We need to get them in.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Foreign Secretary. I just wanted to ask you a further question just to get a bit of a better understanding about our role in the CMCC. You mentioned that we have civil and military personnel out there. Could you provide a bit more detail about how many individuals we have out there and what kind of briefings and how regularly you're getting briefings from them about the work that's going on?
So we currently have 15 people in there. Those are predominantly military staff, but some are civil as well. But it does vary because people go maybe for short periods of time and the rotations and so on. So as of today, I think there are 15 people there. I think the role, this is it's a transition role, is the reality, I think, of the CMCC as the planning takes place for the Palestinian Committee and for the Board of Peace. So some of what it has been doing is generally some of the practical issues around some of the planning for the humanitarian aid, some of the planning for the next steps on the ISF and Palestinian police and so on. But I think the reality is that the CMCC is not going to be what delivers the next stage in the 20-point peace process. It's a transition.
Just because I understand that, I mean, they suggest that something like 24,000 trucks of aid have and goods have gone into Gaza since, and I think they said that at the end of last month. Obviously, you know, you've expressed that more aid has got through, but concerns, we all want to see lots more aid getting through into the people who need it. Just trying to understand, given that we've got approximately 15 personnel there, are you getting regular briefings from them, or are you planning perhaps to visit the CMCC yourself, given its important role in this interim transitional phase?
So yes, we do get regular briefings. Some of the issues around the truck monitoring, the target was part of it was, I think, 250 UN-related trucks a day. That is sometimes being hit, but not being consistently hit. But I actually think this is much more than just the number of trucks. We know that there are some commercial trucks as well, but the total number is not delivering the scale of winter support that we need. So I think part of the reason we're continuing to press the issues around the humanitarian aid is because it needs to be relative to the need on the ground, not simply about that the process is increasing. It's good that the trucks have been increasing, but we're still nowhere near enough compared to where we need to get to.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one final quick question just on this? Because you mentioned in an earlier answer the broader issue about the future of Palestine and moving towards a two-state solution. I just wanted to ask you about the Palestinian Authority. I understand that the government provides funding to them. I just wondered whether you could provide a bit of detail about how much funding we've provided since July of last year and what the plans are for next year. And if there's any work that you're doing to ensure that the reforms that we need to see around education, as you know, many of the textbooks contain anti-Semitic content, and making sure that all forms of pay to slay and the new guises that they're being paid under are stopped.
Yeah. It's a quick question.
Yeah, well, but an important one.
It is an important one.
Let me write to you about the precise detail for the 18-month period so I give you the right figure. There are some specific reforms, including around the education textbooks, including around welfare reforms and so on, that we are absolutely just monitoring the details because, and I've spoken directly to President Abbas about those and the commitments the Palestinian Authority have made to drive those reforms through. Those are crucial. In addition to that, we are also providing further expertise on the kinds of reforms that we think are needed more broadly, because although there are some particular, most kind of challenging issues that absolutely need to be reformed, there are broader reforms that we think we need to make, that the Palestinian Authority need to make in order to be part of this peace process more widely, and happy to write further on that to give you more detail, more time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry to cut you short. Sir John.
Foreign Secretary, if I might move you on to another issue. This committee, you might be aware, has pressed strongly for the appointment of an envoy for arbitrary detention. And we also requested that the Foreign Office set out a rough criteria of what would qualify. Your predecessor was reluctant to give the criteria, but did say that the Foreign Office was working at pace to make an appointment. I wonder if you could say a little bit about how you see arbitrary detention and how to define it, and also when we can expect to see the appointment.
I do want to introduce this appointment. I think it's important and I think it would be very valuable. So we are taking that forward, also looking sort of more widely at some of the envoys, but I think this is important, and so we will be making that appointment. More widely...
I'll just ask when... Your process said working at pace. So
and I hope you will appreciate that obviously sort of post-reshuffle that's obviously has added to the time to do this. So, but I can tell you that those discussions are underway. So obviously would try to do so as swiftly as possible. In terms of the definition, there isn't really any agreed international definition of this, and some of this is also reflects different kind of legal approaches and so on as well. And the FCDO doesn't really have effectively a fact-finding ability to assess individual cases. What we can do, however, is strongly take up consular cases, as we have obviously been doing around Jimmy Lai, where we are calling for his immediate release. And there are other cases where we have people who need to go through a criminal justice process in different countries, but we still provide them with important consular support through those processes as well.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to raise the specific case of Jimmy Lai.
Yeah.
I mean, you made a very strong statement in the chamber yesterday. You told us that you had called in the Chinese ambassador. But previous cases where releases of individuals held have been obtained have been achieved by applying some hard pressure and holding out the prospect of better relations if the release can be obtained. So can you tell us what actual actions that you can take to put pressure on the Chinese authorities, and in particular whether or not you and the Prime Minister would make it clear that a visit from the Prime Minister can only go ahead after the release of Jimmy Lai?
So we have obviously, as you're obviously there for the statement tomorrow, been very strong in our condemnation of this clearly politically motivated prosecution, and also called for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai. He is 78, and there are immediate humanitarian concerns here. And even simply on a humanitarian basis, we would urge the Chinese authorities to release him immediately. He has already been incarcerated for 5 years, in addition to our grave concerns about the national security law and the way in which this violates the declaration that was signed jointly by the UK and China. There is a period now between the verdict and also the sentencing, in which we are making these representations in the strongest of terms, and also in which we are coordinating with other allies as well. We have been discussing this with other G7 countries. We've also been discussing this with the US. You will have seen the clear statements from the US, including from the Secretary of State. We've seen the support from President Trump as well for Jimmy Lai Lai's immediate release. That is the stage we are at currently, is putting on the strongest pressure that we can between now and the sentencing.
Surely the strongest pressure we could put on would be to make clear that a visit by the UK Prime Minister cannot happen whilst a UK citizen is incarcerated in a Hong Kong jail.
Well, I think, as I've made clear, our focus right now is to get the humanitarian release of Jimmy Lai, and I hope that would be everybody's agreed objective, and it's why we are seeking to have as many other countries as possible. The EU also put out a strong statement yesterday calling for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai, and we seek to get as many other countries joining us as possible in putting that pressure on.
We move on to Sudan. Given the UK's historic role and its connections with Sudan, is it in a position to be able to be an honest broker in the terrible situation that there is there? And I know it's absolutely, of course, the right thing for us to be giving aid and assist that sort of assistance, but there needs to be work done on a political solution, on a diplomatic solution, and we are the penholder. So what efforts are we making, and is it even possible for us to be able to find a political solution to Sudan?
Yeah. I've substantially increased the Foreign Office work on Sudan. I'm deeply worried about Sudan. This is already the worst humanitarian crisis of the 21st century. And I'm really worried that there will be further atrocities. And we have obviously seen the horrendous scenes from El Fasher, and the fact that having met some of the Sudanese community volunteers, those who work in the emergency response rooms, including a woman who runs some of the services providing support for women victims of sexual violence, the way in which rape is being used as a weapon of war, the mass executions, it is absolutely horrendous what is happening there. I think there's also wider, as well as the humanitarian crisis, the risk of famine to millions of people. There are also wider security risks here of failed state, of extremists being able to exploit the instability, and of course migration risks, the huge number of refugees who are currently in Chad or in Egypt or other countries as well. So yes, I think the UK can play a role here. You will know there is a Quad established which involves the US, the UAE, the Saudis and Egyptians. And I have been in touch, I am in continual touch with all 4 Quad members. Speaking to foreign ministers, I spoke to Marco Rubio about Sudan last week. I also spoke to the US Special Envoy, and I have spoken to foreign ministers in the last few weeks continually of the other 3 member countries. So I think our role is partly about maintaining the pressure around the need to keep up the momentum, the work that the Quad has committed to, but also being able to try and facilitate and support some of the more detailed work about what does it take to get to a humanitarian truce, and then also, if you can get to a humanitarian truce, what is then the political process that needs to follow from that. In terms of our role as penholder, we stand ready to put forward further UN resolutions. As and when we can, you'll realise we obviously took a resolution to the Human Rights Council as well, which was strongly supported comprehensively from across the globe as well.
So the lead doesn't come from us as penholders at the UN. The lead comes from the Quad, and we stand ready to give assistance.
I think the Quad, the US obviously does have substantial ability to put pressure on. The countries, the Saudi, Egypt and UAE also have extensive influence as well, and engagement in this. Our role, I think, is to continue to work with all of them, and also to keep pressure on through the UN as well. So the crisis that's happening in Sudan is so complicated and is at risk of getting worse, and the fracturing and fragmenting of the different sides, and the the willingness to pursue atrocities as well, is this requires, I think, the kind of broad international engagement. What I have called for is that we should have the same level of international engagement and energy around Sudan as we had around Gaza. In the run-up to the ceasefire in Gaza, we had huge international engagement from a range of different countries right across the world. Clearly, there was the crucial role played by the US, but also the role of the Arab League. There was the role of other countries like the UK who signed up to the recognition of Palestine. So all of those countries all being part of something together really mattered. I think we still need to see that on Sudan.
Thank you. With 12 million people displaced, 150,000 people killed in the conflict, and over 30 million people requiring humanitarian assistance, you can see exactly why you are putting such priority on this. You mentioned UAE being part of the Quad. I'd just like to ask a question about our UK arms export licences. So it's alleged that there's identification of British armaments on Sudanese battlefields that have been exported via the UAE. Have the UK government reviewed its assessment of those UK arms export licences? And what representations have you made to the UAE government on this matter?
So I take any allegations like this incredibly seriously, and since I think there were allegations made about 3 items being sourced to the UK that were found in Sudan, since those allegations were made, we have reviewed, or I've insisted reviewed, 2,000 export licences. And in those 3 cases, the case of those 3 items, they were not covered by current licences, by any current licences over the last 5 years. I think there was a seatbelt, a target, and an engine component. None of those have been included in current licences, export licences from the UK. However, if there are any further allegations that are ever raised, I will take them immensely seriously. We do have very strict rules to prevent any diversion as well. Then more widely, I have discussed issues around weapons supplies to Sudan with all the members of the Quad, so with the UAE, with the Saudis, with Egypt, and also with the US as well, because obviously some of what we need to do is to be restricting any weapons going into Sudan. We also have to recognise, though, they have got an awful lot of weapons already in Sudan, and therefore the most urgent thing is getting the humanitarian truce in place and trying to identify what it would